Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Got the Spider Powers? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. His name is Izuku Midoriya. He was born powerless in a world where 80% of people have a special ability called a quirk of some kind. Government-sanctioned heroes stop those who would use their quirks for evil. Izuku wants to be a hero. If he had to sum up who he was in 6 words, it would be those. Most people who know him or know of him think he would be better suited to a career in science, seeing how much he excels in it. But Izuku's want to help others directly has always overridden any sort of logic in his mind. Izuku, get up. You're gonna be late if you stay in your room any longer. And I know you don't want to miss this field trip. His mother, Inko, shouted from the other room. Sorry Ma, I'll be out in a second. Izuku yelled back. Are you still working on that glue? Inko inquired while boxing Izuku's lunch for the day. It's not just glue Mom, it's an adhesive that's supposed to rubberize on selective dash. It sounds like glue to me. Inko interrupted. Izuku finally threw on his signature red shoes and leaped out of his room, adjusting his glasses so they wouldn't fall off his face. I wanted to get it done to show the scientist on the field trip, but I guess I'm out of time, Izuku said sadly. What time is it? I'm gonna be too late to catch the bus. Izuku screamed frantically. Isn't that what I just said? Inko replied with a deadpan face and voice. I'll see you when I get back, Mom. Love you. He quickly uttered while grabbing his lunch and kissing her on the forehead. The bus was already past his house and he had to run to try and catch it. Ichiwai, stop the bus, please. Luckily, Izuku had tons of experience running, given how much he was bullied. It was kind of sad when he thought about it that way, though. Eventually, the bus driver took pity on the green-haired kid and stopped to let him on. Thank you, Izuku spoke between gasps. Yeah, whatever, kid, take your seat. The bus driver responded. Seriously, Deku? You can't even wait for a bus, right? This might be a new low for you, Midoriya. Give him a break, the string bean is just trying to get some exercise. Izuku heard jeers all around him, but he ignored them, if not because of willpower then for his own sanity. No one would let Izuku sit next to them because no one wants to sit next to the quirkless kid. But eventually Izuku was fortunate enough to find a seat. Unfortunately, it was across from the classmate who treated him the worst, Katsuki Bakugo. Deku, are you trying to make me look stupid? Bakugo bellowed. How would that even? Izuku started. If everyone sees how stupid you are, they'll think everyone else in the bus is an idiot too. Your logic is blowing my mind right now, Izuku whispered under his breath. What did you say, you dim nerd? Nothing. Izuku quickly responded. Bakugo wasn't always this cruel to Izuku, but when he got his quirk and Izuku didn't, he started to seriously look down on his green-haired friend until eventually, they weren't friends at all. But Izuku couldn't get lost in the past or what might have been. He was going to the best laboratory on this side of Japan. This would be a day to remember. As their guide for the tour took them throughout the facility, Izuku couldn't help his excitement. The guide began. This facility is the third dash. Most advanced in the country, right behind Horizon and Oscorp. The Roxxon Corporation focuses on energy above all else and the different types that can be molded into helping creating a better future dash. Izuku interrupted before being cut off himself. Yes, Mr. Midoriya, correct? Here at Roxxon we're always scouting talent, and I hear you're quite the little genius, the guide said. Oh, I don't know about that, dash. I also hear that you're disruptive and cause issues amongst your class. The guide continued angrily. Izuku didn't have much to say after that. Nice going, Deku. The one thing you're a little less useless in, and you screwed that up too. Bakugo sneered while shoulder-checking Izuku. No one in the room noticed the Black Widow spider crawling along the ceiling. Now before I was interrupted, I was going to ask you all if you'd like a demonstration on what a radioactive fusion laser looks like when in use. The students vehemently nodded their heads. Who doesn't want to see a laser light show? Okay, start the test. The guide shouted as behind glass, The Black Widow spun itself down into the path of the laser right as it started up. There's been a change in the silicon mass. The test is unstable. One of the scientists shouted, "Everyone get down." The glass exploded, and the spider was sent flying onto Izuku's hand, biting into it as it landed. When the commotion started to die down, the guide looked around with some small panic, gritting his teeth. "Is everyone all right?" he asked begrudgingly, to which Izuku responded by throwing up violently on the floor. "What a scaredy cat. Pathetic. Midoriya." The teacher finally asked, "Do you think you're going to be all right?" But Izuku couldn't hear him over the overwhelming noise everything was making. Beeping, whirring, machines. The laughs from his classmates, the ticking of clocks. He had to get out of there right that moment. He pushed past his teacher and ran out of the facility doors. "Shouldn't you go after him?" the guide asked the teacher, to which he responded, "Did you see how fast he ran out? He's probably just embarrassed." "I don't blame him." Izuku was still running. He didn't know where to, but he had to get away from all the tar. Izuku turned his head to see a red car barreling towards him, and he jumped 30 feet into the air onto a wall to avoid it. "HY!" someone shouted. "At him?" "Yeah, you." It was a police officer on the ground. "I'm glad you didn't get hit by that car, kid. But no public quirk use." Izuku ripped himself from the wall. "Sorry, I didn't dash." Yeah, I'll let it slide this time, but watch both sides of the street next time." "Yes sir, sorry sir," Izuku said, running off. Izuku ran home, ready to be done with this strenuous day, and as he got to his door, something in his head was telling him there were 2 people in the apartment. He knew his mom should be home and they never had visitors. He screamed, breaking the door off its hinges. "Izuku? Where have you been? The school called and said you ran off after an accident on the field trip," she said hysterically. "We were so worried." Izuku stared with confusion. What, just because I've been gone a while means I can't fret about my son?" Another voice said with joy. "Dad." Izuku's eyes almost immediately started watering as he threw himself at his father. "It's been so long." "I know, kid, I know. And I can't wait to hear what you've been up to." Hisashi's nose twitched and he made a face. "But you smell like puke." Hit the showers. As Izuku got dressed after cleaning, he thought about the day he had, and the part he somehow almost forgot about. He'd been quirkless as long as he could remember, but after the field trip, he paced a little in disbelief as he thought back. Izuku thought he was cut by glass on his hand, but when looking down he could see 2 dots, not unlike a bite. He had jumped a mile into the sky. Not to mention how he stuck to a wall. Izuku's eyes widened again as he stared between his palm and the poster of All Might on his wall. He stuck to the wall. He walked over to his wall, carefully took down the All Might poster that was there and put one hand on the wall, then his left, then his right again, left, right, left, and he was on the ceiling sticking there without falling. "Izuku, you need to eat and help your father fix this door," his mother called from outside his room. As Izuku looked down at his bedroom from the ceiling with a smile on his face, all he could think to say was, "I'll be down in a second." Fixing the door with Dad had taken up the better part of last night, but Izuku woke up the next day feeling refreshed. He felt better than he ever had in his whole life. As Izuku opened his closet to find some clothes to put on, he noticed in the mirror that he had changed considerably. He had the build of someone who had been training for their entire life. That was cool. What wasn't cool was how he was now slightly too big for all his clothes, meaning he'd have to get a whole new wardrobe. He was ecstatic at all these great changes, but he had to make sure he would survive to enjoy them. He pricked his finger and slid it under his high-definition microscope. He was afraid to see rapid cell decay, but he was more shocked by what he didn't see. There was a complete lack of abnormalities from the last time he checked his blood. He thought that Spider gave him a quirk, but his cells still lacked the meta gene present in quirked individuals. Izuku decided he had to see what he could do instead of what was inside him, so with a quick goodbye to his parents while wearing clothes a size too small, he went out the newly fixed door to the place he always went for spare parts, Dagoba Beach. Speed was up first because running is a great exercise in general. Before the bite, Izuku was fast for his age because of how lightweight he was. but now his speed was insane. He was easily running 60 miles per hour, and he knew he could go faster. His body was so strong that wind resistance wasn't even affecting him. But this was just to see what he could do, not to break any limits. Strength was next, and Izuku knew that he was a lot stronger from what he did to the house door and decided to see if he could pull out a fridge that was buried halfway under the sand. He didn't expect it to go flying past his head and into the sky when he pulled it with effort. The fridge landed next to an abandoned truck in the center of the beach. Izuku approached the truck. No way. He put his hand the back of the truck. No way. He lifted the truck onto its face with one arm. I could juggle this. Izuku tested how high he could jump, which was more than 20 stories, but he didn't want people who watched the sky to see him, so he didn't dare go above that. He tested his flexibility, which was also off the charts. No position was too difficult for him to hold, and he could practically fold himself in half. He tested his danger alerting ability and reflexes using a tennis ball shooter that only needed a little tweaking to work well. He found that if he focused, he could enhance his sixth sense and he wouldn't need to use his eyes to see. Speaking of his widow radar dash, he was working on the name. It went off 3 seconds before his phone did. But it was just his mom calling. He looked at the rapidly darkening sky and was filled with dread as he answered the phone. Hello dash. Izuku Midoriya, what on earth are you still doing outside at this hour? Get back home this instant. Izuku felt lucky he now knew how fast he could be, but he felt unlucky knowing that super keeping track of time wasn't one of his powers. Something was different about Deku. Katsuki thought that after the fiasco on the field trip, Deku would keep his head down because of shame, which the loser seemed to lack his entire life. And while he had kept his head down, it seemed like he had something to hide beyond his presence. Despite what others might think, Katsuki Bakugo was nothing if not observant, strong, talented, intelligent, and strong. Did he mention he was strong? The bottom line was that useless Deku was scheming, and Katsuki was going to find out exactly what. Izuku was struggling to figure out how exactly to control his new queer powers. These were powers, and Izuku was still quirkless. His senses were dialed to 11. He didn't even need his glasses anymore, but he had worn them his whole life. Not wearing them now would just be too suspicious. Izuku didn't want anyone to know what he could do yet. He remembered how everyone changed toward Bakugo when he got his quirk and didn't want that kind of attention, especially from people who had spent years berating him for something out of his control. Yes, it was a little petty. But to Izuku, nothing good would come from changing his social position in a school he would leave in a few months anyway. As Izuku in front of his locker, his mind was only on getting into Yui. He had to admit that at the rate he was going before, he wouldn't have gotten in. Part of the reason he worked so hard on his adhesive was so that he could prove that capturing villains without a quirk was possible. He sighed and slipped on his shirt. Having powers suddenly after a lifetime of nothing would be weird to anyone who knew, so he had to keep his nose clean until the entrance exam. The bell rang for PE and Izuku wasn't dreading it for once. He was the last to leave the locker room because he didn't want anyone to see how his body had changed, and he made sure to get his new clothes in one size above what he needed so he could better cover up his form and in case of another growth spurt. They were playing dodgeball again. Normally Izuku would be amongst the first ones out, but he was one of the last 2 remaining this time. He couldn't help dodging as it came so easily to him now. Also, it was really fun using his powers. Bakugo knocked out his lackey with wings, Tsubasa, and locked his eyes on Izuku. Of course, he'd save me for last. Izuku thought. Since when did you get good at this game, you shitty nerd? You're supposed to be less than these extras. Without missing a beat, the words formed within Izuku's mind and flew from his mouth. I'm still the same old Deku, maybe you guys are just less than worthless today. Izuku said before he could stop himself. Bakugo growled loudly. I'll kill you where you stand, Bakugo threw 2 balls, launching the first with his quirk and throwing the second with raw strength. No quirk use. Bakugo, your Oi-dash, the gym teacher started. Only for Izuku to grab the explosion-propelled ball out of the air and flip over the second, then using his momentum to throw the first back even harder, nailing Bakugo in the face and knocking him out cold. Oh shit! Izuku yelped with a hand on his forehead. As the bell rang, he began to leave the gym as quickly as he could without using his powers. Deku just beat Bakugo? He jumped right over the ball. How'd he do that? Could he have done that to any of us the whole time? Izuku collapsed in the locker room, feeling ashamed but more than a little empowered, thinking about how flaunting power is exactly what he hates about Bakugo and how he just did the same thing for a dodgeball match. How could he be such a hypocrite? Izuku smacked the back of his head on a locker after changing clothes. So much for keeping a low profile. 10 years ago. Hisashi, he's a smart boy, you know how easily he can make connections? I don't want him to think that you're leaving because he's quirkless. Inko followed Hisashi as he paced through their home. Inko, this is a big opportunity. We've been struggling a lot lately, you think he won't notice that? A man has to honor his responsibilities, and you two are mine. I want Izuku to be able to have all the things I couldn't growing up. The man said with optimism. Inko couldn't share his positivity, she shook her head as she denied her husband. He should have his father. He's so young. And this is going to be beyond difficult for him to face without both of us here. I'll explain it to him, Inko. It's just like you said, he's a smart kid. I'm sure he'll understand. Hisashi smiled while opening the door to go pick Izuku up from school. Present day. Izuku, I don't understand. First you're staying out late, now you're picking fights at school and giving someone you've been friends with for years a concussion? Hisashi asked his son with disbelief. Izuku's face twisted up with offense. We haven't been friends for a long time, and it's a stretch to say I started that when all I did was throw some banter out. He complained flippantly. The school says you goaded him into attacking you. Hisashi shook his head seriously. Izuku's anger only grew as he glared at his father with betrayal. You're gonna believe them over me? Bakugo's their shining star, they do anything to cover his butt. Young man, watch your language when you speak to your father. Inko finally interjected, feeling out of her depth as Izuku lashed out in a way she'd never seen before. I've been harassed for years, and as soon as I fight back I'm the one in trouble? How is that fair? Izuku asked with fury, wondering why it was a problem when he used his talents but not whenever Bakugo or anyone else did the same. Hisashi frowned with deep disapproval and sadness at his son's thinking. You're talking about getting back at people, your mother and I raised you better than to dash. You barely raised me at all. Izuku interrupted, wanting his dad to feel as hurt as he was. Izuku! Inko shrieked, aghast. Screw this. I'm outta here. Izuku seethed and walked off without meeting his parents' eyes. Izuku grabbed his hoodie and slammed the door on his way out. Inko started, Hisashi, I'm sorry, I don't know what's gotten into him dash. It's okay, I know what he's going through. The man sighed a short breath of flame, his quirk coming out as he tried to de-stress. You do? Inko stared in shock. Hisashi smiled and looked inward fondly. Course I do. He's at that age when a boy is becoming a man, and he feels invincible, feels like he finally has the power to dish it out against a world that keeps making him take it. He grabbed his trembling wife into a hug to console her. I just don't want him to lose his kindness. He has such a good heart and we've never had to teach him to be good to others. I don't want that part of him to change. Inko cried into her husband's chest. He's gonna be fine, I just told you I went through the same things and I turned out okay. Geez, look at my shirt. This is why I call you my little ink stain. Shut up. She complained fondly against him. 10 minutes later. Izuku paced down the street furious at himself and his parents and Bakugo and the school and, ugh. He shouted, startling people walking past him on the sidewalk. A guy finally sticks up for himself and what happens? I'm literally going to devote my life to saving the lives of others when I get into UE, but God forbid I be a tiny bit selfish for one moment of one day. He continued to complain, not caring who gave him weird looks. Yeah, Dad didn't deserve that entirely. Mostly, okay, he definitely didn't deserve that, but why isn't he on MY's side? He grumbled with hurt in his voice. All anyone ever does is doubt me. But Dad believed in me becoming a hero even when Mom didn't. He sighed, feeling guilt swirl inside him. He shook his head while grabbing at his hair. I'm tired of worrying about what everyone else thinks. I should focus on my problems and how I can solve them. Let me go. Please. A woman screamed as orange lit the street. Izuku was so caught up in his own world. He didn't notice that on his way back home, there was an apartment building engulfed in flames. Aiko was as happy as a little girl could be. Her quirk came in today and it happened while she was off from school to boot. Mama was downstairs setting laundry to wash. She told Aiko not to leave or answer to door for anyone while she was out. Aiko wanted to show Mama her quirk so bad but she couldn't leave to go show her. It was already so big that it was taking up a whole wall of the room she was in. She knew she was going to be a great hero with a quirk so big and bright and warm. And still growing. Let me go. Please, I have to get back in there, the woman shouted desperately, struggling to run into the fire. Izuku looked up at the flaming building in front of him. Part of him thought, you could help, that's what heroes do. The rational part of him thought, help how? Being fireproof isn't one of my powers, and it looks like everyone is already out of the building anyway. My daughter is still inside. The woman cried to the people holding her back. Izuku's eyes grew wide at her words. Someone's kid was still in the building. She's on the 7th floor. Aiko, sweetie, can you hear me? Mama is coming to get you. The woman shouted up, praying that her voice would reach. The people who were stopping her before continued to hold her back. If you go in there without the right quirk, you'll die. We have to wait for the heroes to show up to fix this. Maybe she was one of the first to get out. Don't rush to go into a burning building. Izuku could tell that this woman's daughter was not safe from the fire, call it intuition or anxiety, but he knew that little girl was in the building and he knew she needed saving. Izuku kicked off his shoes, threw on his hood, and jumped 7 windows up, clinging on the wall and going inside the closest window he could see. 7th floor, I only got the floor but not the apartment. He complained at his own lack of forethought as he waded through the fire. Aiko, are you in here? I'm here to help you get out. He called out to the child he couldn't see. He tried before coughing furiously. The smoke all around him was starting to get to him, he could barely see through it and the fire, he couldn't breathe. The more time he spent in here the less chance he had to even save himself, let alone anyone else. Izuku ripped off part of his hoodie sleeve and tied it around his face to try and lessen the amount of smoke he breathed in. All he had to do was focus. He could find exactly where she was if he just focused his senses. He closed his eyes while surrounded by fire and tried to close in on life in the building that wasn't himself. He saw a small figure hunched in a corner in an apartment. Got her. Izuku ripped down the door only to hear screaming. You're a stranger, I'm not supposed to let you in. The little girl stammered while hugging the wall and staring at Izuku warily. Izuku gave his best smile while he tried to comfort the child. Aiko, right? Your mom sent me to get you, you'll get hurt if you stay here. He quickly explained. Mama never said anything about Dash. Izuku's 6th sense went off at that moment. The ground beneath the two of them started to crack. Izuku grabbed Aiko and jumped before the floor could fully cave in. Are you okay, Aiko? Izuku gasped while clinging to a wall where fire was creeping toward them. I'm fine. She lied as Izuku slowly moved them across the smoky wooden surface. Your mom is waiting for you outside, I'll get you to her, okay? He told her gently with that same wobbly smile. Aiko nodded and steeled herself to be brave. Okay, I trust you. It had been a few minutes since that person in the gray hoodie leapt into the burning building. Hana hoped they went in to save Aiko, but neither had come out yet. Please, 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 please. She prayed with her eyes closed. The heat suddenly spiked and an ear-splitting explosion of flame shot out the window where Hana knew Aiko was supposed to be inside. No! She sobbed, only for the stranger in gray to come out of the same window covered in soot, holding Aiko in one hand and using his other limbs to clamber down the wall and onto the ground. Aiko. Hana embraced the child she almost lost like she would never let go again. Mama! I was so scared that I couldn't move. But he was scared too, and he saved me anyway. Aiko shouted with awe as Izuku looked away bashfully, the soot on his face covering his blush. Hana finally turned to her daughter's savior. Thank you so much for helping Aiko. You're the reason I can still. That she didn't dash. It's okay, I just did what anyone would. Izuku looked away as her thanks was overwhelming. And oh, not anyone would do what you did. You went in even though you didn't know us, didn't know if Aiko would be. The mother choked up as she shook her head and looked at Izuku seriously. Listen to what I'm telling you, you're a hero. You saved my daughter and I can't possibly thank you enough. She said firmly. Izuku was stunned to silence by the woman's gratitude. Aiko, what do we say to people that help us? Hana wetly laughed while leaning her child toward Izuku. Thank you, Mr. Spider-Man. Aiko nodded happily. Okay, now Izuku found his voice. Spider-Man. Well, you crawl on the walls like a bug. Aiko chirped. Izuku gave a bright grin at the comparison she gave. I guess that makes dash. And the way you move is fast and creepy like a spider. Aiko gestured with her hands in awe. Oh. Aiko. Sorry about that, we're still working on what not to say to people. Hana sighed and shook her head. Izuku laughed and waved her off, gaining a thoughtful look. It's fine, honestly it has a nice ring to dash. It's Backdraft, he's here to put out the building. A civilian shouted. The police were also there, they came just in time to see someone use their quirk to save a child from the building. We'd like to ask you some questions if you don't mind. An officer said, walking over to Izuku. You should probably get out of here if you don't want to get arrested, Hana said under her breath. Alright, definitely. Okay, bye. Izuku muttered. Good luck, Spider-Man, Hana smiled fondly. Izuku jumped over the cops' heads and into the alley he left his shoes. Hey! The police screamed indignantly as the figure disappeared into the night. Izuku found another alley and was more conflicted than he was before. His thoughts were churning around in his head and it felt like blurg. Or maybe that was his stomach churning. He saved someone's life. He reunited a mother and her child. But he also had to run from the police, not even mentioning how he jumped into a burning building with no experience using his powers to save someone. Izuku knew that he would do it again if he saw someone in danger, but he was trying to get into Yui. He couldn't do that if he was arrested for vigilantism. Izuku shook his head and held his stomach while walking out the alley. He had to promise himself he wouldn't use his powers unless someone's life was in danger. That seemed like a good compromise. Inko was worried and grass was green and birds flew. But could anyone blame her this time? Izuku ran out and then she finds out that a building was on fire not far from where they live? Of course she was going to stress about him. As Izuku came through the door she and Hisashi immediately descended on him. Do you have any idea what time it is? Your mother and I have been worried sick. Young man, you are going to be grounded until you can't remember dash. Izuku tackled them both in a hug, tears coating his eyes. I'm sorry I made you worry. And I'm so sorry I said that to you, Dad. I didn't mean it, I know how hard you've worked for us. I was just being angry and selfish and stupid and dash, Izuku rambled with regret. Hisashi interrupted his son with a calm tone of voice. Hey, it's okay. There's nothing you could do would ever make us stop loving you. You're gonna make mistakes, but that's just a part of growing up. The black-haired man grinned before his smile got more mischievous. Besides, maybe the kid deserved to get knocked down a peg dash. Hisashi. Inko chided and smacked at his shoulder. What? Last I remember, the Bakugo kid was kind of a brat. Hisashi laughed while rubbing at his arm. Izuku smiled and sighed deeply. I'm just happy to be home, and I'm happy you guys are here. That's sweet, Izuku. Inko said while Hisashi brought them all back into a hug before saying, You're still grounded though. The parents said in unison. Izuku kept his eyes closed and tried not to let his smile wane. Fair enough. Izuku was dealing with his suspension pretty well. It was only for a week and it didn't hurt his chances at Yui too much. As long as he stayed out of trouble he would be fine. He got to spend some time with his dad, which he was ecstatic about. His father was where he got his brains, and he was currently on paid leave from his job at the Roxxon Corporation in America. They funded his projects and only asked for 20% of the rights of any finished creation he made. Speaking of projects, Izuku had completed his own. The little girl he saved, Aiko, had called him Spider-Man, and he couldn't believe he didn't make the connection sooner. His glue wasn't glue, it was webs. When he changed the chemical structure to be more like a spider string, it all clicked together nearly perfectly. He could use it recreationally, like for construction, or something equally boring. But scaling that building gave him the idea of swinging from buildings. So he set up some wrist-mounted nozzles to squeeze pressurized web lines that he could swing from or use to trap villains. The bottom line was, Spider-Man had his webs. And he just had to test them. But before he could, he had to make sure no one would recognize him while he did. Izuku was still grounded, so he had to sneak out after night fell so his parents wouldn't know. He got to a clothing store where he bought himself some workout clothes, protective gear, and a mask to hide his face. The cashier gave him his bag and he had gotten to the other side of the store when, danger. He looked back where he had come from and there was a man with a gun, running out of the store with a bag of stolen cash hanging off him. Izuku could stop him, but then he might get in trouble with the police again. Besides, he already got the cash, no one was in any danger. Izuku stepped to the side and let the guy go through the door. Izuku slowly walked back to the cashier with remorse. Are you alright? I'm sorry that happened. Hey, it's fine, she said, clearly trying to convince herself and calm down from how shaken she was. It's not like there was anything you could have done to stop him. He had a gun. That right? Nothing I could do. He agreed quietly with a little shame. Izuku tried not to let his inaction bother him as he took the train to the part of Muzutafu with the tallest buildings. He changed in the alley next to a building he liked enough to take a swan dive off of. He ran up the side to the roof, prepped his web shooters, and was finally ready to. With a buzzing from his pocket, Izuku's eyes grew wide at what he saw on his screen. His mom was calling. The ringing continued as Izuku was frozen with shock. What on earth is she doing up this late? I can't just not answer. He started to give an excuse immediately as he paced on the rooftop. Mom, don't freak out. I couldn't sleep so I went out to get some air. I'm on my way back, right? Izuku. She sounded like she was crying, and Izuku grimaced at the sound. Honestly, she didn't have to be so worried all the time. Izuku, something happened to your father. He was shot, sweetie. The world stood still as Izuku processed the words. He felt his heart crawling up his throat with dread. He finally stammered out a response. Where are you? What's happening with Dash? Inko whimpered a weak noise as she explained with quiet agony crushing her voice. We're at Muzutafu, General. The doctors don't think Dash, she sobbed. They don't think Hisashi. Izuku started running immediately. The cold night air smacked his face as he moved with superhuman speed to rebuke the entire situation. I'm coming to you. Don't worry, everything is going to be fine. Dad is going to be okay. He has to be. He told his mom, needing to convince her if he was going to convince himself. After Izuku stuffed his equipment in his backpack, he ran and jumped as fast and as high as his legs could take him, and he was at the hospital within 2 minutes. He ran through the ER ignoring the protests of the people at the front desk. He saw his father, covered in his own blood, and his mother holding his hand with a vice grip. Why did this happen? He screamed as he panicked to a point that he forgot to cry. A man came into the house. He wanted the car and anything else we had. Hisashi said no, and the man he dash. Inko's tears cut her off. Hisashi held out his other hand for his son to hold, and Izuku latched on like it was a lifeline. Izuku. I'm sorry I couldn't watch you grow. I'm sorry I wasn't there dash. Hisashi tried before Izuku shook his head and interrupted. It's okay. It's okay. Don't say that. You're here now, Mom's here. I'm here. Just stay. Izuku begged while trying to smile as tears ran down his face. Just don't go. Hisashi gave his son a smile as he held his hand against his face. Izuku, whatever your heart tells you to do, do it. Izuku nodded through his tears, hoping that if he listened enough, nothing bad would happen. I believe in you, son. Hisashi gasped with pride. You're going to be amazing. You're going to be. Izuku felt his father's hand go limp as his vitals ran to nothing with the piercing tone of a flatline. Izuku screamed a guttural, tortured noise as he pressed his father's cold hand against his forehead. The pained wail transformed into breathy gasps between his gnashed teeth as he remembered the reason he had to feel this pain. The robber. His eyes moved from sorrow to rage as he ran out of the room while grabbing his bag, deaf to his mother's pleas to stay. He ran faster and faster out into the street and changed into his gear while he ran. He leaped onto the nearest tall building and looked out over Mizudafu. Ever since he was bitten by that spider, everything about his life had been confusing. But he wasn't confused now. His mind was more clear than it had been his whole life. He was going to find the man who hurt his family, make him beg for mercy, and then he was going to kill him. Izuku crouched on the edge of the roof he was on. All he had to do was find the family car, and he could find the man he was looking for. He quickly downloaded a police scanner app onto his phone so he could find anything about a stolen car. Izuku listened and listened, searching through the channels to find what he wanted to hear until finally, dispatch, officers spotted a vehicle reported stolen following a homicide in suburban Mizudafu heading down Windu Avenue, currently in pursuit. Stand by. Windu Avenue is a few miles from here. I might not make it in time if I run. Izuku analyzed ragefully. Izuku stood up from his crouched position and took in the buildings around him. He leapt off and fell into headfirst dive. The ground was rapidly coming up to meet him when he finally shot a web out to a building far enough to swing from. The feeling of rising, falling, and speeding through the air was so freeing. It almost made Izuku happy. But the reason he was doing this kept him grounded, ironically enough. It wasn't long before he got into a good rhythm, just thwip and release, run across the side of a building here, slingshot over a building there. Before he knew it, he was witnessing the car crashing into the gate of a worn-out building, and a man with a gun running inside. Izuku entered the back of the place through one of the higher windows. He crawled along the ceiling, toward the person who took his father away from him. Murderer! Izuku screamed as he dropped down to face his foe head-on. The gunman jumped up with a yell and shot at the masked person in front of him. The noise alerted the police, who were deliberating on how to proceed with capturing the suspect. Izuku dodged all 3 bullets as they flew toward him and grabbed the robber's wrist, crushing it in the process. The man howled in pain and started to beg. "I'll give myself up. Just get away, leave me alone. There's nowhere on this earth you can hide from me. You killed a man who had a family, for his sake, for nothing." Izuku backhanded him across the face, knocking his teeth loose and sending him flying against the wall. Blood dripped from the criminal's mouth as he scrambled on the floor and cried through pain and fear. "Please just stop. Just let me go." Izuku picked him up and slammed him against the window, shattering it as he did so, and dangling him over the pavement that they were so high up above. "Let you go. That's a great idea, you dash." As the moonlight shined on the face of his prey, Izuku realized that he recognized him. This was the man who robbed that store. The man Izuku could have stopped. "Why you?" Izuku asked as his hands shook while holding the murderer. "Why you?" he demanded with sorrow and regret. Izuku's mind ran wild as he dropped the criminal and held his own skull, screaming through his teeth at himself as he understood everything. "This is all my fault. If I'd done the right thing, he'd be in jail, and Dad wouldn't be dash." Izuku stopped as he really took in that his father was dead. He shook all over and his green eyes locked onto the cowering criminal like 2 emerald suns. He picked the man off the floor and dangled him over certain death once more. Izuku's face contorted with anguish that could be seen through his mask. "I should drop you," he reasoned with a bitter nod. "No. Take what you took from Hisashi Midoriya," he roared as he pushed the man further outward. "Don't." Izuku let him fall. But before he could hit the ground, Izuku caught his leg with a strand of webbing, saving him from certain death. But he would never approve. "That's not how he raised me, and it's not what he wanted me to be," Izuku said solemnly before stepping back into the darkness, taking his mask off as he crouched low to grieve. The police had a spotlight that shifted its focus upwards from the newly detained robber to the masked vigilante that dropped him from the window. But said vigilante was already gone. Izuku had left his mother by herself after his father's death, all so he could get revenge. He couldn't make that mistake again. The two of them were the only family the other had left. Izuku finally got a real chance at his dream, but he let the fear of not achieving it stop him from doing the right thing. Never again. Izuku had learned his lesson. And in that moment, he had the responsibility of helping his mom get through this. Izuku came back home to see his mom in the living room with the light on. They didn't have any words to share before they embraced each other tearfully. "I miss him so much already, Mom." "I know, sweetie. We're going to get through this, okay? It's just me and you now." Inko cried while hugging him, trying to be strong for his sake. "Why yeah." Izuku agreed, swearing to prevent anything like this from ever happening to her. Izuku squeezed her as tight as he dared without hurting her. "I'm so sorry." Izuku cried out hysterically. "It's not your fault. It's okay, you're okay." Inko embraced her son, rubbing circles on his back while she consoled him. "It's not your fault." Izuku didn't know if he was more happy or distraught over the fact that his mom didn't know the truth about what he really was and what he had done. The funeral for his dad was a small thing. He didn't have any friends that could show up to mourn him. He didn't have many friends at all. Izuku supposed that was just one more thing that he got from him. It was just him, his mom, and the Bakugo family. Neither Izuku nor Katsuki's parents knew exactly how estranged the two boys were. The only hint they got was from the recent drama. But there were no issues during the ceremony between them. When Izuku got home, all he could think was, what now? The news had footage of the vigilante that swung on ropes he shot out and climbed walls. Izuku knew he couldn't very well go to Yui's hero course with those same skills. But he had to help people using his powers. It wasn't a dream or a want anymore. He needed to do this. Maybe he thought he could be a vigilante just like the media thinks he is. He could still go to Yui, he'd just have to seem quirkless, and he had a ton of practice doing that. Okay, all he needed was a costume. Luckily he still had the gear he bought on that night. It just needed some extra details like color, and a symbol. Izuku pulled out a new notebook, a smaller one that would be easy to hide, and started to sketch his first costume. All Might's my whole inspiration, but red and blue. Nah. Maybe the mask could have 8 eyes to strike fear. Nah, too creepy. Maybe black and red? Those were the spider's colors after all. But then people might start calling me the Black Widow or the Widowmaker, and I already have my name thanks to Aiko. But I would have way less work to do with black as the majority of the suit. Maybe black and green? I'm green, what if it leads back to me? But other people have green hair too, and I still have the excuse of being quirkless to throw anyone off. I've got the documents to prove it. Okay, black and green it is. And this shape for the lenses is pretty cool. I'd better get started right away. It was still early morning when Izuku finally felt like the suit was done. His mom was going to spend the day with Auntie Mitsuki so she wouldn't be home. His grounding was lifted for obvious reasons, but it was his last day suspended from school. Izuku had to make the most of this. He put on his costume, opened the window in his room, and leapt out to see how he could help the world, or at least his city, today. Izuku might never get bored of web swinging. Hiu. Haha. He was practically flying. But he had to do math to do it right. Isn't that great? He was still bound by gravity. He was going up, down all around. Dare he say it? Because he's not an expert, he felt pretty DMN cool doing it. Reports of a giant villain rampaging near Asoka Highway. Please advise dash. I'm not too far at all. I can practically hear them. He realized with excitement to do some good. Izuku swung a corner to see the giant villain from up high, throwing cars high up into the air. Oh. Izuku acted quickly and webbed himself onto the roof of one car, an SUV with a family of 4 inside. He ripped the roof open and looked down at them. Hey, nice ride. I really hope that doesn't become a trend. Okay, here's your stop. He ripped off all 4 seatbelts in quick succession, stuck the family to his torso in his left hand, and used his right to dangle them onto the ground safely. Thank you. The father shouted to him after Izuku passed his son along. Izuku saw how they were all so happy to be alive, and so happy to see each other alive. Don't mention it. He smiled beneath his mask. There was a literal giant stomp that shook the earth. Okay, back to work. Like a streak of light, he was back in the air and he webbed 3 platforms for the partially destroyed SUV and the other 2 cars which were thrown like baseballs. Now to deal with the pitcher. Hey, Mole Man. The giant spun to face the voice. You have any idea how fast those cars you threw were going? Izuku vaulted over a giant fist. I'm gonna have to write you up. Izuku ran along the outstretched arm of the giant. I guess you're Goliath, he yelled, getting further up the arm. I don't really feel like a David, though, he cracked, leaping toward the Titan's face. He brought a fist back to hit right between the eyes. Guess I'll settle for being the pebble then. And the Vigilante struck true, the mutant's eyes glazing over as he lost consciousness. Ah shoot! Izuku started to panic, throwing his arms out quickly. I've got to find a way to keep him upright or dash. To Izuku's shock and relief, the villain started to shrink rapidly as he fell into a forced sleep. Lying in the middle of the street, unconscious and not nearly as large as before. Thanks a lot. A voice shouted furiously. Izuku turned to face the source of the noise. You're welcome? The gigantification hero, Mount Lady, stood there at normal height, anger plain on her face. That villain was gonna be perfect for my debut. And you stole him. She complained frantically. He stole that villain from me. Kamui Woods approached, sounding gypped as well. I was just about to capture that villain with my lacquered chain prison when you showed up to steal all the glory. Izuku had to interrupt at this point before anyone else came over to complain. Him saving 3 cars worth of people surely overshadowed me catching that power line. Death Arms said darkly. Look. Izuku called, making a timeout gesture with his hands. I wasn't trying to steal any glory or villains. I was just trying to save people's lives. You know, the reason we're all here? He emphasized with disbelief in the professional's unprofessional behavior. Don't get sanctimonious with me, you little Mount Lady ordered with disdain. Little? I'm not that short dash. Where'd you graduate from, anyway? I bet it was Yui since you think yourself so above us. She continued with a glare. Kamui Woods seemed appalled at the comparison and refuted her. Don't besmirch Yui like that, I went there. This guy's definitely more of a Ketsubutsu. So desperate for attention. What did you say about Ketsubutsu, you Yui elitist? Death Arms shouted angrily. Guys dash. The police were almost at the scene to arrest the villain, and while the actual heroes were busy arguing, Izuku thought it was time to take his leave. And back to you. Mount Lady yelled, whirling back around to where that sticky Joe's. Where did he go? He left us with the villain, so we'd have to do his paperwork. Izuku could hear the scream and he was already more than a block away. He didn't know if that was a testament to his hearing or Mount Lady's voice. Defeating that villain was cool, but saving that family was the real highlight of that whole ordeal. He kept a family together instead of breaking it apart like his own. He hoped his dad could see him somewhere, and he hoped he was proud. Izuku's spider sense alerted him to something down below. Yep, spider sense was a pretty awesome name for a power. He had to get it on a t-shirt. A store's alarm went off and money went flying out the door. A villain made of slime came out next, hightailing it down the street and into an alleyway. No robbers get away on my watch, never again. Izuku jumped off the roof after the villain. Toshinori Yagi was the greatest hero in the world. As All Might, he had saved countless people and was nearly deified across the world. Anywhere you went, you could see his smiling visage. He wasn't a person that could just exist near others without everyone in the vicinity hounding him for his attention. He was downtown in a highly populated city, getting groceries. No one recognized him. Not because of him wearing glasses or some other equally outlandish disguise. Toshinori looked nothing like the hero All Might at this moment. During a fight with the greatest evil his world had ever known, he was injured near fatally. Eventually, he lost enough mass to be unrecognizable from what he once was. But with the power of his quirk, he was able to maintain his former glory for up to 3 hours on any given day. So when he walked out of the grocery store and saw someone made of slime flee the store across the street with cash flying out of him, Toshinori knew that All Might had to go to work. He buffed up his frame, letting his power flow through him. I am here. It's All Might. So cool. I've never seen him in person before. Oh shit. Why me? The slime villain cried out in fear. All Might was rapidly approaching, so the villain made a daring move and slithered into the sewers. Try catching me now, hero. You'll have to come out eventually, villain, and when you do, I will be there. Izuku was just in time to see the slime villain go into the sewers, but because of the direction he came from, it was all he could see. He jumped over to the sewer gate that the villain went down. I was just fighting giants in the sky. Having to fight literal slime underground sounds way less cool. He had to act quickly. The villain was getting away. He kicked the side of the sewer grate so it would fly up, caught it by sticking a hand to the center of it, and jumped in, closing the hole while doing so. It stinks down here. Izuku complained to no one in particular. Regardless, I'm never letting another robber go again. He promised with a fist over his chest. I'll search these sewers for hours if I have to. Izuku didn't actually think it was going to take hours. He had been down here forever, and it seemed like no matter where he turned he couldn't. Just ahead. The slime villain had his back turned to Izuku. Wait, did he have a back? His form didn't seem to have a coherent middle or end, but his face was pretty selectively on the higher end of his mass. Where'd you come from? Not now, I'm contemplating your existence. Izuku waved the villain off while keeping a hand on his chin. I'm gonna kill you. The sludge man lashed out with a tendril, only for Izuku to dodge it by bending backward. I really gotta know who your parents are, dude. Izuku jumped to the left wall to avoid a slime WHP. Two slime people? A tendril slammed into where he once was. One slime man? Izuku asked, flipping onto the sewer ceiling. One slime woman? He landed back on the watery ground in a crouch. Are you one big cell that was produced asexually? The vigilante questioned while pouncing at the villain. Because the alternative is dash. Dodge this, motor mouth. The slimy villain challenged with a sneer. The villain widened himself into a wave of sludge. Izuku was in the air when he did so, and there wasn't enough room to dodge as the villain collapsed onto him. An agile skin suit. This'll be great to get away from All Might. You're my hero, pal. He chortled a disgusting wet laugh. All Might? I'm fighting someone All Might was chasing. That's actually pretty cool. Izuku thought, suffocating from the sludge trying to take him over. Come on, Deku. He thought to himself. Is this how you're going to die? On your first day? I don't think so. Izuku punched a hand out of the slime and shot a web at the ceiling of the sewer. Jumping and pulling up at the same time, punching a hole into the surface. He was at an underpass near his school. He used his free hand to shoot a web at a pillar, pulling enough to get his head free. Let me go. He strained against his captor when suddenly there was a crash nearby, drawing his and villain's attention as a figure appeared. Thanks for the chase, villain. It was quite the workout. Oh no. The sludge man panicked as All Might pulled back a large fist. Delaware smash. All Might punched the air, making the sludge villain fly off of Izuku like a high-powered fan. Izuku hit the pillar he was holding onto from the force of the wind All Might created. Peeling himself off the wall, Izuku looked around for the slime villain, only to see All Might had him trapped inside two bottles, which only raised more questions. Does the villain feel trapped in both bottles? Does he only feel one? If so, how does he choose? Is it automatic? Does he? My fellow hero. Thank you for flushing him out for me. All Might, please sign my notebook. Izuku fished his smaller notebook out of a hidden pocket on his waistline. All Might signed it at super speed. Now I must be off to take this villain to the authorities. There's so much I want to ask him. He can't leave yet. All Might wait. I'm sorry, but I have to leave. All Might took off with a massive leap. Thanks again for your help. He yelled to the ground, only to feel an unfamiliar weight on his leg. Hey he. Get off. Izuku stuck easily while All Might prodded at him. No way, we're moving too fast. Even if I could survive a fall from this high, I might splatter against a building. Good point. All Might landed the two of them safely on a rooftop. What on earth compelled you to do something like that? I wanted to ask you Dash. Never mind. This building should be short enough for you to climb down safely. I need to leave. The symbol of peace said with a slight cough. Just one question. No. Can someone who made a terrible mistake be a hero? Smoke started to waft off All Might. Minute. Out of time. Toshinori thought to himself. Izuku stared at where All Might was, a puff of smoke now in his place. As the smoke cleared and revealed a sickly figure instead. Why you're not All Might? You must be some kind of shape-shifting imposter. Izuku screeched at the perceived fake hero. I assure you, I am All Might, Toshinori said, blood leaking from his mouth. How Dash? The blonde lifted his shirt. 5 years ago I was in a fight with a villain. As I defeated him, he took most of my internal organs on this side. Izuku recoiled in extreme shock and asked with morbid curiosity. Was that the fight with Toxic Chainsaw? No, you know your stuff, but that punk couldn't have done this. All Might said with a derisive chuckle. As for what you asked, aren't you already a hero? Suspiciously. Well, Izuku began nervously, in a sense, you could say that Dash. You're a vigilante, aren't you? Who, me? No, no way. Izuku denied while looking away from the man. And from the sound of you, you're quite young. All Might realized with an unimpressed frown. No, I'm an adult. I'm a man. Why are you doing that with your voice? Doing what with my voice? All Might sighed. Why are you doing this, kid? Why are you out here when you should be in school? Izuku paused. Because I did something or I didn't do something, and it seemed like nothing at the time, but it cost someone their life. He admitted with shame as his fists clenched at his sides. I looked the other way one time, and it cost someone everything. Izuku held a hand to his heart as he finished. I have this power, and because I can help others by using it. I have to. That's quite the conviction, especially for someone so young. All Might thought to himself. Listen, kid, there's a right way to help. Within the law. If you stop this and try getting into a hero school, I don't doubt that you'll be a hero that measures to be far more than your worst mistake. Izuku's eyes glowed with hope and emotion behind his mask. But if you continue to break the law, I don't think you can be. Izuku was frozen stiff. He didn't know what to think. His hero just told him that he was wrong to try and do good outside of the law. Who was he to question someone like All Might? I hope to see you again, young man, on the right side of the law. All Might said as he left Izuku on the rooftop. As Toshinori got to the sidewalk, he patted his pockets and, now, time to get you Dash, the bottles the villain was in were gone. Katsuki was set off. He kind of always was, but today he was really mad. He had found out that Deku applied for Yui despite everything he told him. Calm down, dude, what, are you afraid that Deku's gonna show you up? The extra with long fingers asked, stupidly. Say that again, you idiot. Katsuki roared while sparking an explosion next to his head. Bakugo, relax. The other extra said. I'm the only one from our shitty school who's supposed to get into Yui. If that nerd gets in somehow, my origin will be ruined. Katsuki kicked a bottle on the sidewalk. So don't tell me to relax. The extras were looking up with more horror than they should. What are you two looking at? They immediately took off running, leaving Katsuki to see a shadow overtake his own. What a nice quirk. You'll do just fine. Izuku had foregone web swinging home, as he wasn't in the mood. He thought of what All Might said. Even if Izuku gave up vigilantism, he had already done enough today that there's no way Yui would accept him into the hero course. Was Izuku just supposed to do neither? He wanted to be a real hero, not a criminal who does the right thing. Before he could think any longer about it, he heard an explosion that was close to where he was. He had to see if he could help. Maybe just as Izuku Midoriya. Oh my god. Why aren't the heroes helping? People were panicking all around Izuku. Buildings were on fire near the center of the commotion. Izuku still couldn't tell what was going on. What's happening? Someone who also arrived late to the scene asked. The slime villain that All Might was chasing earlier today is loose again. Izuku was confused. He saw All Might. All Might must have dropped the villain because of him. This was happening because of him. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? Their quirks aren't suited to the situation. Not to mention the hostage. Hostage? That kid is only making things worse with those explosions. Explosions? No, it can't be. Izuku saw through a gap in the crowd his worst fear. Bakugo was trapped in the slime villain. His eyes looking frantic as if asking someone to help. No way. Izuku thought to himself as he ran away from the crowd and into an alley, throwing his clothes off to reveal his suit underneath. No way am I letting this happen again. He yelled, jumping out of the alleyway and past the crowd. Who is that? I've never seen that hero before. He's the one who stopped the giant this morning. Mount Lady, Death Arms, and Kamui Woods looked up in surprise as the unknown hero from earlier soared over their heads. The Vigilante landed in front of the villain who had his classmate. You let that kid go now? Izuku yelled at the living sludge. You again? How about I use this kid's quirk to kill you instead? Explosions came after Izuku from each side, one after the other. Izuku dodged them both and backflipped away to gain some ground to think. Need to hit him where it hurts. The eyes are an obvious weak spot. He ran toward the villain and shot balled-up webs at both of his eyes. Aff. That's it. You'll die for that. The pain made the villain loosen his hold on Bakugo, allowing him to breathe at last. Get the hell off me! He screamed, trying to let off explosions. Izuku shot 2 web strands at Bakugo and pulled while sticking his feet to the ground. He was going to save him. He just had to keep. Bakugo flew out of the villain's grasp, onto the ground next to the one who saved him. The slime villain screamed with rage. He bellowed while towering over the 2 boys, casting a large shadow as he grew to a near-tidal wave of sludge. Now I'll just kill you both. He glared down, focusing on the Vigilante. You're not a hero. You're just a suicidal fool. All Might isn't here to save you this time. He cackled while continuing to tower over and frightening those nearby. You think you can beat me now? Who do you think you are? He asked with fury. Izuku stood up straight and huffed as he glared ahead. I am the amazing Spider-Man. And you? Spider-Man said, not noticing his hands were glowing green with black dots swirling around them. Neat. The fire all around them started to dim as the hero unwittingly absorbed the heat. Spider-Man continued, running forward and pulling his charged fist back. Off! He jumped toward the villain's face, his punch connecting and shaking the earth around them while boiling the villain's liquid body and spraying him across the street. Izuku stumbled to a stop after the hit and looked around. He used his web shooters to make an airtight bag and went around the street, quickly putting the villain away like All Might had. When he was done, everyone there was looking at him expectantly. He held the bag with the villain up above his head. I got him? The crowd of people cheered for the new hero. Spider-Man! 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 Izuku was seriously taken aback. Maybe All Might was wrong. The heroes didn't save Bakugo, he did. Everyone looked so happy that the day was saved. A news reporter ran up to him and put a mic in his face. After your defeat of the giant villain this morning, and now saving this boy, do you have anything to say in regards to your debut as a hero? Oh, I'm not a hero. He remembered plainly. There were gasps from about half the people there. I'm just a guy who wants to help. He said, tossing the bagged villain to Death Arms. Are you saying that you're not a licensed hero? The reporter asked in shock. Yep, that's what I'm saying. He finished, to more gasps from the crowd. The actual licensed heroes are giving me weird looks while walking over here menacingly, so I'm gonna go. He dodged an extended branch, a large fist, and a really large fist on his way up and out of the area, but not before. Webbing a note to each of them, and one more on the van next to the reporter, each of which read, courtesy of your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Izuku came home shortly after his mom. Hi sweetie. How was your day? It was eventful. He downplayed with a bit of a smile. What about you? I had a great time with Mitsuki. She chirped before a concerned look grew on her face. Goodness, that reminds me. Katsuki almost got hurt. Yeah, I saw, on the news, I mean. Were you anywhere near when that whole thing was happening? She asked nervously. Oh no. Izuku lied and looked away. I was on the other side of town. Eating. He decided at last. Thank goodness. She hugged him tightly. If you see anything like that, you turn around and get out of there, understood? Yeah, understood. He repeated while trying to hide the guilt in his tone. Izuku went back out that night, after his mom was asleep. He just couldn't stop himself. Helping people felt good, it always had. If he had to avoid heroes and police to do so, he could accept that. He wouldn't let other people pay the price for his mistakes again, and no one would stop him, not even All Might. All Might stands for good, no doubt. But because of him and the other heroes, everyone waits for someone else to solve their problems. They stand by as bad people get to do whatever they want. Izuku wanted to be more than an onlooker, he wanted to act because he could, and he already had. Izuku struggled to not feel pride as he swung through his city, his home. For the first time in a long time he didn't feel like a failure. He loved being him. Why wouldn't he? There was no one else quite like him. He's the one. The only. Spider-Man. Toshinori was conflicted about the events of yesterday. On the one hand, the Spider Kid caused the villain to escape in the first place. But on the other, he was the only one to act when no one, not even the symbol of peace, would make a move. Because of his time limit, Toshinori almost watched a child die due to his own weakness. It showed him that he had to find a successor for his quirk, and soon. The symbol of peace didn't know how much he had left in him. It was time to stop trying to avoid the tension and call his former sidekick, Sir Night-Eye. Izuku walked out of his room that morning to hear his mom talking on the phone with Auntie Mitsuki. They had rekindled their friendship since the funeral and were speaking often. With Hisashi gone, we may not have enough money to make ends meet soon. His job paid well enough to keep us afloat, but now. Inko trailed off. Oh, he wouldn't want me to worry about problems that aren't here yet. I have to be strong, for Izuku's sake and my own. Izuku cleared his throat as he came into the room, pretending he hadn't heard anything. Morning, Ma. Good morning, sweetie. Here's your lunch. You're behind time, so grab some toast and fruit. Thanks, Mom. Stay out of trouble. If she only knew, Izuku mused. I always do. Furyutobu was completely fed up with everything. And he had lived a good long while, so it had to be something special. All his life he had been looked down upon for being quirkless. Nothing he ever did was taken seriously because he was considered less evolved. But today was the final nail in the coffin. Those idiots at Roxxon were going to pull the funding for his tech flight program. It was his life's work. He had finally made it to where he needed to be, and these people, this world kept taking everything from him. Well, and no more. I've spent my entire life giving. He shouted to no one while grabbing a red and black suit from the display in his lab. Now I'm going to take until not even the skin on their bones remain. He spread his arms, his wings, out wide. I'll pluck them clean like a vulture. Izuku was beyond bored while sitting through his classes. After doing superheroics, pre-calc wasn't so interesting anymore. He was impatiently waiting for the final bell so he could go out and make a difference. Finally. Hold it, Deku. Damn it. Izuku rolled his eyes as he turned to face the living interruption. What is it, Katsuki? I thought I told you not to apply to Yui. Bakugo seethed. I remember you saying something to that effect. Yeah. Izuku responded. So why the hell dash? Because you don't control me. I'm going to Yui for me, not you. What did you just say? Bakugo bellowed. I'm done trying to placate you. You think being a bully and a coward who punches down makes you strong, Izuku said, the eyes of those who remained in the class on the two of them. But it just makes you look pathetic. Spider-Man finished. You. Bakugo was more stunned than angry. How could this be the same Deku he had known for years? I'm going for general studies, Bakugo. Izuku said, stopping at the door. You and I both know I'm smart enough for that. You're not gonna be the only one from this school to get into UE, but you will be the only one to be a hero. Congratulations. Izuku walked out of the classroom, proud that he stood up for himself without fighting, but he knew he would be more proud when he did something that actually mattered. Did you bring what we talked about? Yeah, I brought it. It's right here in my hands. Okay, how much for a bottle? 20k yen. Twen dash. We agreed on 10. Do you want the trigger or not? This isn't what we agreed to. Spider-Man leapt over the corner of the rooftop. Guys, can't we just agree that you're all going to jail? It's the spider guy from the news. You're not even a hero. You could go to jail too. He posed disapprovingly while he spoke. I'm not the one who's doing a drag deal on a rooftop with 10 other people. That's it. Kill this guy. Spider-Man dodged under some spikes that a thug shot out at him and kicked another in the face. I got him. A thug shouted while shooting a beam from his eyes. Spider-Man held his hands out and the beam dissipated once it made contact. After the fight with the slime villain, he found he could absorb energy and shoot it back. I've got you too, he said while jumping over their heads and pulling himself down with a web to smash a charged fist into the roof under their feet. Ag! The thugs all went flying as the Vigilante started to web them up. Hi, yeah, you probably already got the call about a disturbance, but there are a bunch of guys up here who were having a drag deal. Spider-Man said to the police on the other end of one of the dealer's phones. Suddenly, there was a loud crashing noise in the distance. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call you back. That's right, run. Flee in terror from the Vulture. You ungrateful weaklings. Tobu was having the time of his life. He had already stolen from a bank and now he was on a victory lap, flaunting the power he finally had after so long. Ah man, you're a bird? I'm at a type disadvantage here. A voice said. Vulture whirled to see a hero in front of him. Finally, a way to prove his strength. What is your name, hero? 1. I'm not a hero. 2. Don't you watch the news? Not a dash. Who are you? The flying man asked. Just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. And the guy who's gonna stop you, the wall crawler said while jumping toward his foe. Fool. Vulture parried the attack with his wings and grabbed Spider-Man with the talons on his feet, flying high into the air with him in tow. These skies are my domain. You're right. I really just rent. Spider-Man flipped himself out of Vulture's grip and kicked him in the chest. With both feet. Why are you doing this? Because I can. Vulture shouted as he swooped low and chucked a car at the spider. Oh. Take it easy, you're gonna hurt someone. Spider-Man caught the car midair and webbed it between two buildings. Don't you think you could be using your quirk to help dash? I have no quirk. Witness the power of pure human genius. Your quirk'll dash. He was interrupted by Vulture tackling him in the air. My genius was never appreciated because of what I lacked. Now I soar, high above you all. Vulture smacked Spider-Man into the ground below, creating a crater where he landed. Ow! Spider-Man crawled out of the hole he was in and gave chase once more. I can't help but feel for him, being quirkless and all. But that doesn't give him the right to attack innocent people. Hey Big Bird! You can't get rid of me that easy. Spider-Man flew through the air and landed on Vulture's back. Don't you ever quit? Vulture tried spinning to get the bug off him, but for obvious reasons, that didn't work. Think, Spidey. I doubt radioactive animals are biting everyone who's quirkless. He must have built this suit. Here I thought it was just a costume. Since this isn't your body, I don't feel too bad doing this. Spider-Man grabbed a wing and tore it apart. My wing. Now I can't steer. Tabu flailed. Yeah, but you're still airborne, how's that work? Oh, look at that. This must be the battery. Spider-Man punched through the hump on Vulture's back. You dash, Vulture spluttered as he fell to the earth. Spider-Man laughed while they descended. Yeah, me. As the cops came for the webbed-up villain, he shouted, You've made a terrible enemy today, Spider-Man. You'll regret making a fool out of me. I don't think you need my help to look like a fool, man. See ya. Spider-Man swung home, satisfied that he stopped the Vulture. But Izuku couldn't help but feel for the guy. He had also been looked down on all his life, despite his intelligence. All because he didn't have a quirk. He had to wonder, if he never got his powers, would he have ended up like Vulture? Izuku walked through the door to his home to see his mom in the kitchen. Mom. I was so focused on being Spider-Man that I forgot about our money problem. I have to find a way to fix this. Hi, sweetie. His mom interrupted his thoughts. Hey, Ma, how was your day? Boring, what about you? Oh, same old, same old. Whatcha cooking? I hope you're in the mood for chicken. He smiled to himself. That's funny, I already had chicken earlier. Who is the Spider-Man? The newscaster shuffled in his seat. A reckless criminal who does whatever he wants. He claims he wants to help but actively breaks the laws that are in place to protect us. Directly disrespecting the heroes and police who fight villains and save lives. He's a threat to our society as a whole. One can only imagine what sort of depraved actions he's committing as we speak. Izuku was in class. Snoring. Loudly. Mr. Midoriya. More snoring. Midoriya. Huh? What? Wh happen? He awoke abruptly to hear snickers from his classmates. What happen is that you're sleeping in my class while somehow also disturbing it, the teacher said furiously. I'm sorry. Do not let it happen again. Yes, sir, sorry, sir. Izuku said as the school day ended. Well, that's our time. I would encourage you all to study for your upcoming tests and go to sleep at a reasonable time, the teacher said, dismissing the class. Izuku had spent most of last night patrolling the city as Spider-Man. And he was paying the price at school. In his opinion, it was worth it. Stopping crime was his #1 priority. Stop the car and lie on the ground. Izuku heard a loudspeaker blaring the words as police vehicles gave chase to a car that was absolutely blitzing down the street. Come on, man, drive faster. This is as fast as it goes. Well then, drive better. Do you want to take the wheel? It's not as easy as it looks. I could do a better job of it than you, though. Guys, you're both going to jail, shouldn't you spend this time bonding instead of arguing? A voice shouted from the roof of the car. Oh crap, it's the Spider-Man. I think you're saying it wrong. The vigilante pulled the thug in the passenger's seat out of the car and webbed him to a building. The other tried shooting where he was on the roof of the car, only to get kicked out with the door as the car flipped upside down in the air. Acting quickly, Spider-Man caught it out of the air roof first. I didn't even know I could do that. He shouted with joy and more than a little adrenaline. As he carefully put the car down, he pulled the leg of the driver who was running away and webbed him to a lamp. Put your hands up and get on the ground. He's not going anywhere, Dash. You in the mask. Surrender yourself now. You sound really upset. You want to talk about it? I won't ask again, Spider-Man. But I stopped the bad guys. And again, you're saying it wrong. He said while walking toward the police. Open fire. Spider-Man, being Spider-Man, dodged all the bullets and leapt above the officers' heads. Uncool. See if I ever stop a runaway car for you people again. Okay, I probably will anyway. He shouted, swinging away to safety. After Izuku went home, Spider-Man was back out after night fell and he was still seething over the events of the day. Stupid cops, stupid robbers, shooting at me, getting my name wrong. He whisper-shouted to himself as he jumped across the rooftops. Stupid Dash. His spider sense went off. Guy who's following me right now? He turned back and didn't see anyone. But he had learned to trust the buzzing in his head. I know you're there. Why are you following me, Dash? Only for a strand of fabric to come shooting out at him from the darkness. Whoa! He dodged it by flipping to the side and grabbed it as he landed. I don't know who you are, but you made a big mistake trying to fight me, he said as another strand flew out, wrapping itself around his wrist. Spider-Man could feel whoever was on the other end trying to pull him off his feet. Hey, do you have super strength? He grabbed a tether with each hand. 'Cause I do. And pulled hard. only for a figure in black to come flying toward him foot first, kicking him in the face and sending him sprawling. Stay down. The figure's hair lifted into the air as red light shined behind his goggles. This is your only warning. Are you a pharaoh? Did you just curse me? Spider-Man got into a crouched fighting position. A child who makes bad jokes. I expected more from the amazing Spider-Man. That's it, Snarrow. You can make fun of my jokes, you can say my suit looks dumb, but you are going to respect the god. Hyphen. He stood up straighter. What's your name so I can say it wrong? It's Eraserhead. And you're about to be taken to school. Eraserhead? What? Was Pencilneck taken? Spider-Man laughed as he dodged a lightning-fast kick. You're fast. Eraserhead lifted an arm to block a punch. Strong too. He went for an overhead strike, making the Vigilante lift his arms to block, only to abandon the move and sweep his feet out from under him. But you're also untrained. Spider-Man flipped away. Let me guess, you were sent by the education system to scare kids who only use pens into using pencils? Am I close? You aren't funny. Ouch. Straight for the jugular with that one. Spider-Man shot webs at the man in black to try and break his composure. Why are you attacking me? Did I put you in jail? If so, you can't be that mad. You're already out and brooding again. I'm a hero. Eraserhead was back on the offense in no time. You don't look like a hero. Spider-Man jumped high into the air. I'll convince you by taking you down here. How's that sound? He looked up to see Spider-Man's hand glowing green as it was pulled back in a fist. Got you? Eraserhead activated his quirk and readied his capture weapon, only to see that his erasure didn't work. How is he dash? Spider-Man almost connected the punch but at the last second, dropped down to kick Eraserhead right off the building. As Eraserhead readied his capture weapon to save himself, he found that his arms and legs were bound to each other and something was keeping him from falling. A real hero would have seen that coming. Spider-Man crawled down to stick next to the hero who was upside down. Get me out of this. That's gonna dissolve in 2 hours. Tell your boss or whoever that there are easier ways to reach me. And that they don't involve you getting your butt kicked dash. You got lucky. Don't be so upset. A real hero could find it in their heart to forgive me. Get me out of this. You deserve that, you attacked me. Bye, dude who attacked me. Spider-Man swung away with haste. After 2 whole hours, Aizawa Shoyuda, aka Eraserhead, finally got free. Nizu. You were right, he is a child. And he doesn't have zero potential. That's great, Shoyuda. A squeaky voice responded from the other side of the radio. But he's also incredibly annoying. I can see why you want him so much. 3 months passed and Izuku hadn't seen Eraserhead since their fight on the roof. He had only gotten better at being Spider-Man since then. Unfortunately, the money problem slowly got worse and worse. That's why he was on the train with 2 boxes full of most of his All Might merch. Over the years, some of it really rose in value, and the guy he was going to see was willing to take it off his hands for a great price. He still really appreciated All Might for inspiring him as a kid, but he didn't need anyone to look up to anymore. Spider-Man was his new inspiration. Izuku walked up to the nondescript building and went through the doors. He spoke to the blue-skinned receptionist. Hi, I'm here to see Dash. Me. The Sir Night-Eye, All Might's former sidekick, was in front of Izuku right now. You're the buyer? Yes. I believe I just said that. Right, sorry, it's just really cool to meet you. Izuku was trying not to panic. I'm sure it is. Now, Night-Eye got closer to Izuku. Why are you giving up all this All Might paraphernalia? A true fan would never part with this much of it. Night-Eye demanded answers from the child. It's all fine, I swear. I just need Dash. Sasaki, what are you yelling about out here? A skinny blonde man asked as he walked out of another room. All Might Dash. We're talking about All Might merch, I mean. Izuku quickly covered his mistake. I'll ask again. Why are you getting rid of this? I just can't think of him the way I used to. And I really need the money. If you don't mind me asking, what made you change your mind about him? Toshinori asked. Oh, I'm quirkless. And he inspired me to try and be a hero, but recently I've accepted that it's out of reach for someone like me. Night Eye and the deflated All Might stared at each other, seemingly having a silent conversation. At last, Night Eye spoke. I'll write you a check for the merchandise while I speak to my associate. Stay here. Both heroes walked into the next room, and Spider-Man was seriously considering getting out of there before they came back to arrest him. Night Eye briskly walked over to him. What is your name, boy? Izuku Midoriya, sir. How are your grades? I'm at the top of my class, currently. Well, Mr. Midoriya, you spoke of how you needed money, so I'm willing to offer you a job here. Really? But I have no experience, and you don't even know Dash. They say not to look a gift horse in the mouth, Midoriya. Do you want the job or not? Yes, definitely. Night Eye nodded. I will call you with this number when I need you to come in. Thank you so much, sir. You don't know how much Dash. Yes, you're very welcome. Now be gone. Night Eye spoke as he handed him the check. Izuku had to stop himself from jumping for joy because if he did he might end up in the clouds. He got back on the train and put his backpack underneath the seat, overwhelmed with his excitement. He got off at his stop and couldn't wait to tell his mom about his pink backpack. This is not his backpack. This is not his backpack with his money and vigilante costume inside it. The train doors were closing and he was about to jump back in when something grabbed the bag that he was holding on so tight to. Oi! Backpack thief! Where do you think you're going? The girl with brown hair that seemed to defy gravity was looking at Izuku with rage. She was really intense. And in her hands was, Hey! They pointed at each other and accused simultaneously, You stole my backpack. Ochako Uraraka was having an okay day for someone who was miles away from the place she grew up her entire life. She had never been in the inner city for this long, and it had only been 2 days since she first got there. Her parents had been paranoid about her safety, which was to be expected. But the whole reason she was even here was to be closer to Yui so she could be a superhero. There were going to be risks. So far there had been no problems. Until this guy with green hair stole her school bag. She had to curb this immediately and stand up for herself and her homework. Both yelled in unison, You stole my backpack. What do you mean I stole? Stop pointing at me. Ochako demanded. You're pointing at me right now. The stranger defended while keeping up his action. I'm only pointing at you because you're pointing at me. You were pointing at me first. Nah. What do you mean, nah? Look, if you give my bag back I'll stop pointing. Green hair placated with an annoyed look. I want my bag first. Ochako reiterated with a furious pout. Why don't we just toss each other's bags on 3? He offered. Ochako wasn't even all that mad, but she couldn't work herself down from her previous anger. Sounds fair, this can't possibly complicate things. 1, 2, 3. When the green stranger threw her bag, Ochako's notebook fell out, open for anyone to see on the platform ground. This guy, she seethed internally. Said guy picked the book up from the ground. Sorry. I didn't mean to drop your. Is this your homework? He asked with an eyebrow raised at the paper. Yeah. What about it? Ochako asked defensively. These equations are wrong. He informed her with a disbelieving tone. This guy. I'm in an advanced class, UJ. Ochako shouted, making him flinch before she continued. I was going to fix them. Eventually. If you're so smart you do it. Okay. He relented and started scribbling in his own journal. Where'd you pull that notebook from? He turned his book so Ochako could see the pages. See, that's the solution for these. She snatched his notebook before he could stop her and compared the work they did. Can I get that back? Ochako flipped through the pages of his book while moving out of his reach. You did all this? Well, yeah, it's my book. Speaking of it being my book. Show me how you did the math. Ochako ordered pointedly and made him flinch back in shock. After 30 minutes, during which the two teens sat on a bench doing math, Ochako finally asked, What's your name, anyway? Izuku Midoriya, he said while adjusting his round glasses. Well, Midoriya, other than the decision to steal from me, you're some kinda genius. Ochako admitted with a little spite and a little awe. I did not try to steal from you. It was an honest mistake. Midoriya denied. A likely story. Besides, you're the one who kidnapped me and forced me to do homework that isn't mine. Ochako turned slightly red at that. I don't even know my captor's name. It's Ochako Uraraka, and I didn't kidnap you. You could have left any time you wanted. She defended herself with a pout while looking away. Midoriya muttered, looked like you would have killed me if I left dash. I'm sorry, what was that? Ochako asked with a squint. Nothing. Izuku yelped before he took a breath. Look, I think we got off on the wrong foot. He said sheepishly. We can start over, right? Izuku extended a hand and asked while turning his big green eyes onto her brown ones. Ochako coughed and looked away with a slight blush. She wasn't one to hold a grudge. You're right. She took his hand with a smile. 30 more minutes later. You are so wrong. All Might would never lose to 13 of all heroes. Izuku shouted in pure disbelief. You say that like 13 can't literally destroy matter with their fingertips. Ochako emphasized with her own disbelieving look. All Might is too strong and fast to get sucked in by 13's quirk. Izuku denied. No way is All Might stronger than a force of nature. Ochako refuted passionately. Okay. Maybe we're getting too worked up, let's change the subject. Izuku breathed through gritted teeth. Yeah, 'cause you know All Might would lose dash. Let's change the subject to something more personal. Favorite food on 3. He smiled easily. 1, 2, 3. Katsudon. Machi. Izuku doubled over with laughter. Machi isn't a food, Uraraka. Ochako slapped him on the shoulder and frowned. If you can eat it, that makes it a food. It's a dessert. I could eat machi any time of day, for every meal, forever. You would die. Izuku wheezed. It would be worth it. Another 30 minutes later. Izuku balanced on the edge of the bench surprisingly well for an admittedly dorky-looking guy. So, where are you gonna go to high school? He asked casually. I'm headed for the hero course at UE. Ochako said with pride. Oh, I'm going to UE too. Just for general studies, though. Good luck getting into the hero course. He offered with a smile. Oh, I don't need luck. I'm getting in. Ochako said with confidence. Yeah, you seem pretty determined. The written test is a big factor though, and from what I've seen. He winced and made a so-so gesture with his hand. Not everyone can be a huge nerd like you, Midoriya. Izuku snickered at the faux insult. Besides, I'll pass the written test with flying colors. Because I have a really great tutor. Oh yeah? Who's your tutor? He asked obliviously. Ochako stared at the green dunce silently. Izuku tripped off the bench he was balancing atop. He landed and got to work immediately denying her. Me? I don't work well with others, I'm not really great at teaching other people, you'd be better off getting an actual dash. You work well with me. And you just taught me how to get the answers to my homework on my own. You're literally a genius, why would I go to anyone else? Izuku flushed crimson at her points. Okay, well, what's in it for me? Izuku knew he had to have stumped her with that one. You don't have many friends, do you? Ochako asked bluntly. Well, I mean dash, Izuku stammered while looking away. You only asked what's in it for you to try to get me to back off. But I know you would do it for nothing. Ochako decided with an even tone, clocking Izuku immediately. How would you know dash? Because you helped me even after I yelled at you. She smiled at the ground and continued. I can tell you're a good person. But for some reason, you put everything and everyone before yourself. Izuku was speechless. This girl he had barely even met was making him feel raw, exposed like he was under a microscope. Don't you think that's a big conclusion to jump to? Izuku denied with a slight squirm as he felt vulnerable suddenly. I mean, we just met. I could secretly be a really bad person. I know because I've seen it in my parents. They pretend everything's fine so that people don't worry about them. You have the same look. Izuku didn't have a response this time. And, besides, Ochako turned to look into his eyes, her hand on her chin like she was thinking. Sometimes, you just know people. She released her chin as she finished thinking and smiled brightly at Izuku. Izuku stared at her, the orange of the afternoon sky making her look like an angel from where he was sitting. She looked perfect, like a painting that was either meticulously crafted or just happened to turn out that beautifully by chance. Izuku's phone went off, a reminder he placed to tell him to eventually go home after being Spider-Man for the day. I have to get home, Mom worries. I guess I'll see you some other time? Ochako laughed. Why don't you just take my number, smart guy? That way neither of us have to wonder. Okay. Izuku agreed blankly. Izuku handed Ochako his phone. As she finished putting his number in, his train arrived. Well. This is me, he said with a little disappointment as he had to go. Izuku stared at her from inside the train. Yep, that's you. Ochako laughed, an amazing laugh. Good night, Izuku, she said with a wink and made his heart pound. Izuku had to respond before he lost his nerve. Good night, Ochako. The doors closed and Izuku was sent back home to think about the day. He got home and saw his mom concerned. Izuku, I went into your room to clean, and there was so much missing. I sold it, Mom. Izuku admitted while smiling and pulling out his first ever check. She looked appalled and approached him nervously. Izuku, why would you? It's about time I grew up. He laughed before giving a quiet smile. And we need the money. Oh, sweetie, you shouldn't have to give up your things. His mom sighed with sadness as she held his shoulder. It's okay, I also think I may have gotten a job. You took care of me my whole life, I want to take care of you for a change. Inko embraced her son in a tight hug. Izuku, my baby, you're growing into a great man, I know your father would be proud of you. She released Izuku and kept him at an arm's length as she looked worried. Are you absolutely sure you're okay with giving up so many of your decorations and toys? I know they have a lot of sentimental value. Honestly, Mom, it's fine. And I think. Izuku thought of an orange sky and a girl whose visage looked like it belonged in a museum. He smiled at the thought of seeing her again. I know, I found something that means more. Isa Nakurata was thinking of two things, a chicken sandwich and not getting hit by a car. He was skateboarding down the streets of Mizudafu through traffic that was light enough to not be too dangerous. And he had skipped lunch earlier so he could get more supplies for an art piece that was going on the side of the building he lived in. Ison asked the owner if he could throw some art on it, and he really didn't care one way or the other, so Ison got passive permission. If people saw his art and liked it, he could get some recognition and maybe finally get out of this part of the city. Things had always been at least a little rough, but now it was like every week there was a new psycho on the loose just destroying things. This just in, Spider-Man saves a bus full of people from death by high-speed collision, but as soon as the authorities show up, he flees the scene. Could he have caused the problem he showed up to solve? We don't know anything about this dangerous criminal. What we do know is that he's a coward with something to hide. Ison turned his attention away from the screaming newscaster on the digital billboard, focusing on his route back home after collecting his supplies. Spider-Man, he thought, this guy gets to do whatever he wants, and he chooses to help people for no reward? I don't buy it. Ison had spent his entire life in the city and he knew one thing for a fact. You have to look out for yourself. If you didn't take care of yourself and your own, no one would. That's what the world had taught him, that's what the worst parts of the city taught him, and that's what his dad taught him by being an irredeemable piece of garbage until Ison got fed up and ran away. It was just barely the afternoon when Ison stopped moving to take a break. He stared at his reflection. His lower eyelids were so dark against his tan skin. He hated how he always looked so tired all the time. His long black hair was disheveled because he had to prioritize his next meal over a haircut. He decided he had done enough self-loathing and planned to have lunch when he got closer to home. He went into a busy train station, pretty content with how his day had gone, when, Help! Help me, I'm stuck! A young boy pleaded below from on the train tracks. Oh my god. That's terrible. I hope a hero gets here quickly. A hero? What is wrong with these people? Why don't they just pull him out? We can't pull him out. Every time we try, something snags on his clothes and stops us. Ison knew he should leave before he saw something that would scar him for the rest of his life. He and everyone else heard the blaring of the train, and that kid, who was getting really close despite standing in one spot, was almost certainly a goner. Why was that kid getting closer? No. Why was Ison running toward this kid, past all the people in the station who were frozen in shock or complacency? He couldn't stop running toward the danger, so he had to at least have a plan when he got there. He bought a sharp pair of scissors today so he could make a large cardboard stencil. He pulled them out of his bag as he ran. Ison jumped down onto the tracks and approached the boy, scissors in hand. Don't be scared. I'm here to help you. The kid's breathe leg was caught on the track. Ison started cutting as fast as he could to get the kid out. The train was getting closer by the second. With one final cut, the kid's leg was free and Ison hoisted him up toward the crowd that helped him onto the platform. They were reaching for Ison next when the straps of his bag were caught between the tracks, tightening it against his back and trapping him. He could see the light of the train coming down the tunnel and he frantically started to cut at the straps to free himself. Ison was only halfway through one of them when the train was mere feet away from him. The moment lasted an eternity in his mind. He had broken his own rule and now he was going to die for it. Maybe the world would be better with that boy in it instead of him? He shut his eyes tightly and braced for the end. Suddenly something landed in front of him and tore off the straps that left him stuck. Before Ison could even breathe, the figure grabbed him and jumped to the ceiling in a heartbeat. Ison opened his eyes to witness the train below them speeding past, rumbling like an animal that lost its prey. If you such to taking the bus, I really wouldn't blame you. Ison's savior joked from above. Spider-Man carefully brought Ison back to the platform, all the bystanders present backing off in trepidation. You okay? Can you stand on your own? Why you saved me? Yeah, it's kinda what I do. You could have gotten hit too, why did you risk it? Why did you risk it all saving that kid? I couldn't just let you die, even if I wasn't sure I could save you in time. You already saved someone's life today, who knows how many people you could help if you kept living? You saved me so you could help someone else? I saved you because when you help someone, you help everyone. I was wrong about you. You're the real deal. Tell that to the people who run the news. He ran toward the station steps. See ya, Ison. How did you dash? It's on the back of your board. Stay safe. Spider-Man jumped out onto the city streets as Ison stared at his fleeing back. Ison got back home safely and sat in his room for about an hour thinking about how wrong he was about his outlook on life, how he saved that kid, and how Spider-Man saved him. He had planned to just show off a bunch of his art on the side of his building, then he remembered Spider-Man as he leapt away. And Ison had made up his mind of what he wanted to put on the wall. 1 week later, if you went to Mizudafu's inner city and looked at a particular building, you could see a giant green spider insignia. And below it the words, "If you help someone, you help everyone." Izuku had been settling in at Nightai's agency pretty well. All Night I asked him to do was file paperwork. It was pretty boring, but he wasn't going to complain. His spider sense hadn't gone off once, so he was pretty sure that All Might and Night Eye had no idea that he was the amazing face in the floor. What? Oh, there's a face in the floor. Izuku slapped himself across the face. No, the floor face was still there. Are you a new intern? The face asked Izuku. Kinda? I mean, I work here. Oh, he's gone. Izuku said flatly. Is this a test? He wondered out loud. Did someone slip me some tea? Hey, little bro. The face, now attached to a body, said as he walked through the door. Little bro. My name's Mirio Togata. The tall blonde cheered with a wave. Izuku shrugged and smiled back. Hi, Mirio Togata. And I just had to see how you'd react to me in the floor. He laughed boisterously. The best way to know what someone's really like is to catch them off guard. Izuku was still caught off guard. So do you work here too, or? Oh, I have work studies with Sir occasionally. Mirio explained with a continued bright smile. So you're a hero? Izuku immediately perked up to AST. Hero in training, Mirio distinguished calmly. I'm in my second year at UE-. You're go to UE? Izuku screeched in excitement. You have to tell me all about it. What are your classes like? Are all the classes taught by heroes or just heroics? What did you have to do for the entrance exam? How's lunch rushes cooking? When dash? Wow, Nijire would like you a lot. Mirio laughed. Izuku continued hyperactively. What would have been a normal muttering session before he got his powers turned into him hopping around Mirio like a jackrabbit, thanks to the spider by dialing everything to 11. When do you get to choose your hero name? Oh, what's yours? Izuku asked with childlike wonder. I go by Lemillion. You can't save everyone, so I'll try to save 1,000,000 people. And once I do, I'll change it to all million. Lemillion struck a powerful pose, puffing his chest out with pride as. Izuku stared in awe. That's so cool. Izuku began before. His alarm went off with a chime. Shoot. I'm supposed to meet my friend today. I have to go. Mirio, it was nice meeting you. Izuku blurted while waving as he left the room with haste. After a few seconds, Night Eye came out from behind a wall. So, what do you think of him, Mirio? He seems genuine, sir. Mirio laughed. If a little excitable. I can't say I see what All Might does. Night Eye admitted with a small sigh, with Mirio deciding to defend his young new acquaintance. Sir, remember what I was like before you took me in? He asked pointedly, making Night Eye hum in thought. Mirio smiled at the thought of what the kid could be with some assistance. Some people just need help to bring out their full potential. Izuku, you're late. This better not become a trend. Uraraka whined as the teens walked toward her apartment building. Sorry. I got held up at work. Izuku explained as they got on the building's elevator. You need to learn better time management. She poked flatly. Hey, I'm here to teach you. Izuku refuted with a frown. And have I mentioned how grateful I am for it? Ochako leaned in while fluttering her eyes, closing the space between them in the already cramped elevator. Izuku coughed and looked away, pink dusting his face. Yeah, whatever. Ochako opened her apartment door. Well, come on in. Girl apartment. Izuku thought to himself. I wonder what it's like. He imagined while standing right outside. It's probably gonna be so different, so pretty. This place is really bland. Izuku commented, looking around at the sparse environment with his lips in a flat line. Ochako pouted and stared at him with derision. Hey, it's a recent development, I haven't had time to decorate. Izuku continued to eye the place with judgmental glances. Really though? Nothing. I've been focused on training to get into UE. Cut me some slack. Ochako reiterated with a growl that Izuku should have been more focused on. I'm just saying I've thought a lot about being in a girl's room, this is kind of a shabby first time. Izuku said under his breath, unaware of Ochako burning dark red just out of his sight. Spidus. A math textbook smacked Izuku in the face. Let's get started, teach. Ochako said through a tight fake smile while Izuku peeled the book off of his face. Okay, so the hypotenuse is the longest side of a triangle dash, he attempted to explain. Izuku was interrupted by a growling noise. Izuku ignored it and continued. To find it, we just have to add the squares of the other side's dash. Louder growling. Then we take the square root dash. Izuku swore an animal was in the room with them at this point. Are you gonna get that? Or are we just gonna let it ring? He stared at Ochako, who had the decency to look sheepish. Shut up. Ochako said with her eyes shut tight in embarrassment. I just skipped lunch today is all. You're not supposed to skip meals, that's why there's 3 of them. Izuku glared pointedly. It doesn't matter, all right? Ochako waved off defensively. Let's just get back to it, what are you doing? She asked as he pulled his phone out. Sure. Who are you calling Dash? She pressed suspiciously. Essie. Hey, Mom. Izuku said at last. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm with a friend. But said friend is trying to starve to death. Dash. Ochako tried grabbing the phone from Izuku, but he held the top of her head out of reach. So can you please make us something to eat? Okay, thanks so much, Ma. See you soon. Ochako looked at him in horror and disbelief. What did you do? Come on, it's getting late. Izuku said while standing up and grabbing his bag. We don't want to miss the train. Seriously, Izuku, it's not that big a deal. Ochako followed him as he picked up their notes and walked to the door. Look, I'm not gonna be a hero. But you are. Izuku explained with his back turned. Fact is, I want to help you become one because it was my dream to be a hero. But I can't. He half lied in an attempt to get her to think she was doing him a favor. And you can't reach your full potential if you don't eat. He finished with a small chuckle as the statement was pretty obvious. I know, Dash, Ochako said, sounding like she was about to refute again. Listen. Izuku grabbed Ochako's shoulders and looked her in the eyes with a serious expression. I'm counting on you. Ochako's face lit up bright pink as he spoke. Izuku let go of her and backed off, realizing how intense he was being. And now can you do me a solid and come get some food at my house? Ochako smiled at him, going back to his old self, even after that. Sure. Mom, we're here. Just a second, Izuku. Inko started to walk out of the kitchen. Now who's this friend of yours, Dash? Mom, this is Uraraka Ochako. Ochako, this is my mother, Midoriya Inko. Thank you for allowing me into your home, Mrs. Midoriya. Ochako said with a bow. Izuku, you didn't say your friend was a girl. You really are growing up so fast. Inko said with tears of joy in her eyes. Instantly, both teens went crimson. It's not like that, we're just friends. Ochako denied. Yeah, we really barely know each other. Izuku added while scratching the back of his head anxiously. Well, you have been to my house. Ochako debated unhelpfully. That was today. Izuku reminded her with a screech. Still, you're like one of 3 people who know where I live now. Ochako informed him with a shrug. Food's done. Inko smiled and interrupted them. Izuku, why don't you clean yourself up while I get to know Ochako? She decided as Izuku grimaced. Okay, maybe this wasn't the best idea, Dash. Izuku winced. Now, young man. After helping Inko set the table and talking about things like where she was from and what she liked to do, Ochako was caught off guard when suddenly Izuku's mom got really serious and asked, What are your intentions with my son? Ochako spluttered at the question that was hammered at her. I just want to be his friend. But, out of pity? Inko accused with a suspicious glare. Why would I pity him? Ochako asked genuinely with a little panic. He's really funny and caring and he's like a super genius. I just don't get why he doesn't have any friends. She added with a question that had been eating at her for a while. Inko's expression softened as she gained a confused look. You really don't. He didn't tell. Inko trailed off with a bit of a sad smile. It's not for me to say. You seem like a nice young lady, Ochako. Tell me, why do you want to be Izuku's friend? Ochako felt the question strike her as a little more personal than she thought it was. It made her think hard about her answer. I don't like seeing good people have to take on everything alone. She explained, thinking about her parents. And I don't think Izuku should have to. Inko smiled warmly at Ochako and relaxed her posture. I had a good feeling about you. I'll finish up here, you go get Izuku. He's in the first room down the hall. Izuku! Ochako whisper shouted while opening the door in front of her. Your mom says, W. Izuku pulled his shirt down the rest of his torso as Ochako came into his room, an exhausted yet anxious look on his face as he put on his glasses. Your face is super red, what did she do? Izuku incorrectly guessed that his mom was what threw Ochako for a loop. He wasn't tearing. She defended. What? Your room. Ochako exclaimed, happy to change the subject. Yep, my room. What about it? Izuku smiled while shrugging. I just thought that knowing you, You would have more hero merch. Ochako considered with a bit of curiosity, making it Izuku's turn to glow red. Cha! He laughed loudly. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if my room looked like a shrine to All Might? Izuku joked, guiltily and with no small amount of panic. I didn't mention All Might. Ochako said with confusion. Oh. Izuku uttered flatly. Anyway, your mom says it's time for dinner, so hurry up. She rushed Izuku while he scoffed. Alright, keep your shirt on dash. You keep your shirt on. Ochako ordered with a mix of fear and excitement as she dashed out of his room with a crimson face. The food is amazing, Mrs. Midoriya. Ochako gushed. I'm glad you like it, Ochako. You should come over when Mom makes katsudon. It's the best thing in the world. Izuku admitted casually. You just think katsudon in general is the best thing in the world. Ochako teased. That's not true. He denied with annoyance. I don't know, Izuku. I remember when you were 8 and I couldn't get you to eat anything else for days. Inko recalled while Izuku shook his head in embarrassment. No way that really happened. Ochako gasped with hilarity. Inko grinned and pulled out her phone. It did, I have a video of it. Oh God, Mom dash. Izuku was distracted by a ringing in his pocket. He looked at the crime notification on his phone. Possible break-in at Roxanne. It wasn't that far, he should check it out. Oh, he was so cute dash. Inko cooed. I forgot something at school. Izuku blurted suddenly. What did you forget? Inko asked with real anxiety that matched Izuku's fake shout. It's just really important. Izuku grabbed his bag and ran for the door. I'll be back soon, bye. Was he really that embarrassed? Ochako wondered out loud on disbelief, while Inko gave a knowing sigh. No, sometimes he just runs off in a hurry. Whatever he's doing seems to make him happy, but I wish he would be honest with me. She frowned while picking at her food. Spider-Man got to Roxanne just in time to see the shattered window with smoke coming out of it, and someone in a high-tech suit flying out of that window. Now there's something you don't see every day. Izuku mused. Almost every day, but not every day. He jumped off the wall and swung after the trail the potential villain was leaving. Spider-Man bobbed up and down with the motion of his swing next to the flying man. He spoke every time he came up. Hey! The villain turned his helmeted head to look at the Vigilante. Where'd you get the cool suit? And by cool I mean cumbersome and derivative, of course. Spider-Man joked with a snide tone. The villain stopped moving forward to swoop higher into the air. Spider-Man yelled up at him, Don't take it too hard, I've seen one of these flying suit things before. He gestured to himself dramatically, and as you can see, I'm kind of a costume design snob. The villain blasted at him with a red beam, forcing Spider-Man to jump out of the way. He watched as the villain went toward the tunnel to Narahata. Alright, it's a nice suit. Geez. Spider-Man threw his hands in the air as his foe fled. The thief saw that Spider-Man was still following him as he approached the tunnel entrance. So he shot a beam above the entrance as he went through, damaging cars enough to set them on fire and trapping civilians next to them. Oh God! Someone help! Spider-Man swung in and grabbed both of the trapped citizens, dropping them off to safety and continuing his chase. Just once, I'd like to say hi to someone and have them not try to kill me. Spider-Man rapidly approached the flying villain. Look, Slappy, I don't know what your deal is, but Dash, the man of iron, threw out a force field that cut off Spider-Man's speech and his ability to follow. And now I'm just talking to myself. Spider-Man seethed. He went around the force field and shot a web onto the villain, dragging him through the unfamiliar city. If you don't like breakfast, we can do brunch. Spider-Man quipped, moments before the villain blasted the web strand off of himself. Just before Spider-Man could shoot another web, a grappling hook wrapped around the villain, a large man slamming into him, and then letting go before he could retaliate. The villain flew off into the night sky, and before Spider-Man could give chase, the large man stuck a hand out to stop him. I don't know how to tell you this, but your tackle move wasn't very effective. Spider-Man complained urgently. He's getting away. Easy, kid. The gruff voice spoke. If you chase him all night, you'll never find his hideout. It's not kid, it's Spider-Man. Which hero are you supposed to be? Spider-Man tensed as he readied for a fight with the larger man. I'm not a hero, I'm a vigilante, like you. The tall masked stranger grunted. Name's Knuckleduster. Okay, Knuckleduster, how are you supposed to find his hideout when you don't know where he is? Izuku questioned impotently. You need to pay more attention, kid. Knuckleduster pulled out a phone to show a dot blinking on a blue grid. You put a tracker on him when you attacked. Izuku realized with awe. Yeah, no sheet. Look, I've seen you on the news, you're doing decently on your own, but you lack polish. The stranger called out while Izuku took offense. And you're saying you can give me that? He questioned in disbelief. Wow, he can think. Knuckleduster tossed him a card. Call this number, if you're lucky, I'll pick up. Why don't we just catch the guy now? Spider-Man wondered with impatience. Weren't you listening? The older vigilante screamed, startling Spider-Man. He won't go back to his hideout tonight, not when he knows people are chasing him. All right, I'll give you a call, follow your lead. He walked to the edge of the building they were standing on. But if this is some kind of trap, I want you to know that I've beaten up heroes that look more homeless than you do. He finished as he swung back to Mizudafu, leaving Knuckleduster on the roof to think. I don't look homeless. Hey, I'm back, it all worked out. Izuku exclaimed as he walked through the door. So, what did you forget? Ochako asked. Oh, just some, notes. Notes from a new teacher. Izuku decided while shoving his mask into his back pocket. Izuku, we're just about to get to the video of you on your 9th birthday dash. Inko laughed. And with that, Ochako, let me walk you to the train station. Izuku shouted with a tight grin. Okay, thank you again for your hospitality, Mrs. Midoriya. Ochako smiled warmly as she bowed again. Come back anytime, Ochako. You're always welcome here. Inko called after them as they left. Izuku and Ochako walked along the station platform. So, the food was good, right? Izuku asked in a leading tone. I never doubted for a second that it would be. Ochako scoffed as she waved off his ribbing with a friendly smile. I dunno, you seemed like you didn't want to go at first. Izuku joked. Yeah, about that. Ochako stopped walking. Since I got to the city, I've been on my own. She was looking off into the distance, away from Izuku. You said that you wanted to help me be a hero because you couldn't be. Izuku nodded and let her continue. When I said that you needed friends, I think I was thinking of myself a little too. Ochako admitted with a little shame, and Izuku couldn't help but reassure her. He rolled his eyes and dashed the thought away with a casual shrug. Hey, don't worry about it. Not having friends is probably really new for you and it's hard to adjust. What's that supposed to mean? Ochako asked with a tilt of her head. Izuku blew air out of his mouth as he thought. Well, you're hardworking, you're selfless, you're good with people and their emotions. You're funny, and you're appealing and you make people feel like more than they are, instead of tearing them down. So I'd bet you had tons of friends before you moved. He explained honestly with a continued casual tone, thinking that it was all obvious. You really think that about me? Ochako couldn't meet his eyes. Well, yeah, it's all kind of plain to see. He laughed a little and shook his head. I've always been alone, so I don't feel the lack, you know? At least, I didn't until I met you. Izuku finished with a smile. Ochako's train came into the station, making the still blue night windy for a few moments. Well, there's your train. Izuku stated with a small sigh, turning to her with a smile. I guess I'll see you, Tom Dash. Izuku was silenced by Ochako embracing him as the train doors opened. I'm glad you stole my backpack that day, she told him while squeezing. Izuku didn't know what to do beyond reciprocating with a blush. I'm glad you stole mine. If Izuku was a mess before, he was a travesty after Ochako leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. Ochako stepped onto her train. Thank you for today, Izuku. She waved with a beaming smile and a slight blush. See you later. The doors closed and left Izuku standing there, touching the spot on his face where Ochako used to be. See you later. Early in the morning, atop a building in Narahata, Iwao Aguro, also known as the Vigilante Knuckleduster, was shouting at another vigilante across from him. I'm gonna teach you to stop villains before they commit crimes. Isn't that profiling? Spider-Man asked a little warily. When you're a vigilante, you've got to go with your gut more often than not. Knuckleduster explained with his nose up in confidence. It's all about choice. Are you gonna let bad people do bad things? Or are you gonna crush them before they get the chance? He screamed, making Spider-Man flinch back and chuckle with discomfort. The young hero sighed quickly, trying to stay professional. You're really intense. Did you get any info on our guy? He asked to get back on track. He goes by Beetle, he's a thief above all else. And a ghost, he's got no official name. Don't underestimate him though, that suit has all sorts of functions that make him more dangerous than your average burglar. Knuckleduster continued while tossing Spider-Man a profile folder. Right, Beetleborg's got weapons. But I already knew that. What about what he stole? Spider-Man emphasized as he caught the folder and flipped through it. I don't know, Roxxon is more than just an energy company. They can be tied back to some real shady shit. He could have stolen any number of things. Knuckleduster admitted with a grumble. Okay, guess we'll just have to find out when we catch him. What do you mean we? Nintendo we? Knuckleduster raised an eyebrow through his mask. No, we as in us. Izuku clarified in disbelief. Look kid, this is your villain. I'm just helping you find him. You're on your own with the rest. Yeah, what else is new? Spider-Man rolled his eyes beneath his mask. I can handle this on my own. Spider-Man began to walk backward off the roof. I always do. He shouted as he fell backward into a swing. Later that day, Izuku was almost past the gate of his school when he heard a familiar voice. One that he should not be hearing at Aldera. Green hair, freckles, glasses? Ochako asked to Bakugo. Izuku's eyes shot wide open. Oh no. What do you want with that weakling Deku anyway, round face? She looked rightfully offended. Round face dash. Oh, this is rich. Bakugo threw his head back in a laugh. Did that quirkless loser trick you into being his girl for dash? Ochako took a step forward. He's not a loser. Don't you ever call him that. Or you'll do what? Bakugo flexed his hand, non-verbally threatening her. Ochako opened her hands up, ready to... Hey! Ochako! What are you doing here? Izuku shouted with all the fake cheer he could muster. He quickly walked between Ochako and Bakugo, pulling her away as he did so, startling Ochako with his abrupt entrance and contact. I got the day off from school and I wanted to surprise you. Ochako explained while staring at Izuku and slowly turning her gaze to Bakugo. I asked this guy if he knew you and then he dash. Oh, you met Bakugo. That's great. Izuku lied through grit teeth. We should leave. Like right now. Izuku hooked his arm in Ochako's and started to speedwalk toward the gate before Bakugo walked past them without so much as a second look. Whatever, I wonder if your little friend would be so quick to defend you if she knew what you really are. Bakugo spat as he walked away. As Bakugo left, Izuku released Ochako's arm and the breath he was holding, and then he spun around to face her. Are you okay? He looked over her worriedly, his concern slowly turning to anger as he stared past her and targeted Bakugo as he left. Did he say something to you? Did he hurt Dash? Izuku, calm down, I'm fine. Geez, I'm not made of glass. She complained, urging him to relax with a hand on his arm. I know, sorry. He breathed steadily in shame. But that guy. Izuku watched Bakugo leave, and Ochako could see the anger and slight sadness in his eyes. You really shouldn't have come here, Ochako. Izuku walked toward the gate solemnly. Why? She asked with annoyance while following after him. Is it too dangerous to be around that JRK? Ochako pressed as Izuku kept walking ahead as he answered. Yes. Ochako looked at Izuku in disbelief, but his eyes were serious. He hurts people, Ochako. Izuku admitted with a first-hand anger at the thought. And he's strong enough to get away with it every time. Ochako rolled her eyes. Izuku, I think you're exaggerating, Dash. Izuku turned to face her with the most serious look he could make. Every time. If he had hurt you because you were defending me? He shook his head and denied the thought. I don't know what I'd do. Izuku whispered with rage that made Ochako bite her tongue. They walked along the street in silence, until Ochako asked, "Why did that guy call you Deku?" Izuku sighed, almost scoffing as he explained. "It's dumb." Ochako waited for him to finish as he recalled the painful memory. "If you write my name down you can read it as Deku. You know, useless." Izuku explained with a bothered tone. Another quiet spell fell over them as they walked, with Ochako watching Izuku as he sulked. "Can I call you Deku?" Ochako stared at him as they moved. Izuku's heart ached as he felt like this was the beginning of the end. "Why would you want to dash? It's a really dumb name for someone you're trying to pick on. It's too cute." She smiled and gave his shoulder a light slap before squeezing supportively. "And it sounds like Dikairu." The weight in Izuku's chest lifted as he considered her words. "You can do it." He laughed. "I never thought of it that way." Izuku looked back at her and smiled slightly. "You can call me whatever you want." "Okay, Deku." Ochako chirped with a bright grin. It sounded so right when she said it. "What do you want to do now?" Ochako asked expectantly. "Well, now that you're here there's only one thing I can think of," Izuku said while closing the distance between them. What's that?" Ochako asked with a meek voice as her face started turning. Studying." Izuku pulled a notebook up as he cheered. "We have so much more time today, we can easily knock out a few extra concepts." "No!" Ochako whined vehemently. "Deku, I want to do something fun." Izuku relented as she batted at him frantically. Okay. There's an arcade near here." He offered blankly. "That's good, let's do that." Ochako smiled, grabbing his wrist as she pulled him along. They spent a good long while in the arcade. It was styled like an arcade from the 1980s. Jackson Pollock carpet, no light except for the machines and exit doors. It didn't just have old cabinets with Pac-Man, though. The place was huge. And it had tons of games you would find at a carnival. "I didn't know you were such a good shot, Deku," Ochako said as she collected her tickets from the basketball game. "I might have one too, if someone wasn't cheating." Izuku squinted accusingly. "Listen, I've got to touch the ball with all 5 fingers. If my quirk happens to activate and floats them right over the basket, that's not my fault." Ochako shrugged while happily gripping her tickets. "I didn't name any names." Izuku defended with a teasing grin. "Your conscience is speaking for you." "Whatever, so look." They turned their heads to see a tall muscular man with rhinoceros features slam a hammer into a scale, the meter only going up halfway. Ochako gasped as she read the rules. "If you reach the top, you can get any of the giant plushies." She grabbed Izuku's arm and shook him. "Deku, you gotta get me the 13 plush. Ochako, did you see that last guy? No way can I dash. Deku! 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 I'll do pretty much anything if you chant my name 3 times." Izuku walked over to the machine. He picked up the hammer with one hand, shrugged, and whacked the scale with it. The machine glitched for a second and then exploded into noise. A new record. Izuku flinched at the display of unsubtle arachno-strength. It probably just scales to the size of Dash." Ochako practically had stars in her eyes. Izuku turned to the employee who stood next to the prizes. "I'll take the 13 plush, please." "Why, sir, I mean sure, kid. That is such bullshit," the rhinoceros man from earlier shouted. Izuku's spider sense went off as the man walked toward him. "You're gonna tell me how you did that right now?" he shouted, grabbing Izuku's shirt and lifting him off the ground. "I can't explain it. It's all in the wrist, you know." Izuku chuckled nervously. "Funny guy, huh?" The beast grumbled. "Leave him alone right now." Ochako shouted up at the beast. A manager briskly walked over. "Sir, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave." "Oh yeah." He threw Izuku across the room, sending him crashing into a closet. "Izuku!" The rhino leered down at the manager. "Who's gonna make me?" Before Ochako could even rush over to where Izuku had crashed into, a shadow from up high grabbed everyone's attention. Probably me, Spider-Man said as he dropped from the ceiling. Are you now? The rhino started getting ready to charge. Rocksteady, I know things have been bad ever since your falling out with Bebop. But Dash, shut up and fight. He ran toward Spider-Man, ready to crush him, and Spider-Man punched him in the face and he went down cold. Wow, I was expecting a big destructive fight. Spider-Man shrugged with a little disappointment. All bark and no bite, I guess. Or all horn and no point. I didn't even get to finish my lame joke. Dash. Spider-Man, the owner exclaimed suddenly. What? He responded, startled. You saved my arcade from that villain. Spider-Man looked down at the unconscious oaf. Not really a villain, more like a nuisance. Dash. All games for you are on the house. Thanks. Spider-Man saw Ochako running toward the arcade storage closet. The one where Izuku was supposed to be in. A Linnade's Swerksatizen. He ran out of the store while speaking a mile a minute. Call the police, be safe, bye. Spider-Man leapt away and snuck back on the roof to change. Izuku! Izuku! Ochako frantically searched the massive closet for her friend only to hear rustling in the darkness ahead. Dash. Hey, I'm all right, Izuku said, from behind her. It didn't matter, she launched herself at him. Don't ever do that again. She shrieked into his ear. You mean don't outdo a rhinoceros person in an arcade game? I'll try, but this is pretty common for me. She punched him in the arm. Don't joke about it. I was so worried. Alright, I'm sorry. But I did save 13. He handed her the plush. Ochako sighed and grabbed the toy. We should leave before the cops get here, Izuku said suddenly. What if you need to get checked out? You could have a concussion. I'm fine. I swear. Izuku laughed before jerking a thumb over his shoulder quickly. Let's get out of here. As the sun set on the day, the two teens walked along the train station where they first met. I still think you should see a doctor. Ochako fretted. I already said I feel fine. Izuku repeated with exasperation. But what if you just feel fine and there's actually something wrong? Ochako complained frantically. Ochako, you're freaking me out. You're being more afraid for me than my mom. Izuku chuckled. It isn't a joke. If you're more fragile than the average person, I have to make sure you're Dash. What do you mean? He asked flatly. What? Ochako winced as she wished she hadn't said anything. What do you mean more fragile? Why would I be more fragile? Izuku pressed while staring through her, hoping he was wrong. Ochako only hung her head a little and looked up at him in shame, her tone pitying and apologetic as she finally spoke. Deku! Don't say it like that. He demanded urgently. After she had reclaimed the nickname into something good, to suddenly hear her say it the way he had heard it all his life. What do you mean? He asked shakily. Izuku, are you quirkless? Ochako asked knowingly. He turned away from her, looking anywhere but her face. No. Are you lying? He took a step away from her, she grabbed his arm and held him in place. Izuku took a shaky breath. Yes. Ochako's grip on him lessened as she spoke softly. Why didn't you say anything? Because. You saw how my last friendship ended up when they found out I was quirkless. Izuku admitted with shame. Ochako shook her head in confusion. When Dash? Bakugo. Izuku explained shortly with his hair shadowing his eyes. Ochako stopped and thought about what he said. Oh. Bakugo. Bakugo. Izuku ripped his hand from Ochako's grip. Easy. He ruins everything. He just had to open his mouth, he destroys everything I care about. His voice was raw and he still wouldn't look at Ochako. Hey. It's all right. She tried to put a hand on her friend to calm him down only for him to march out of her reach. It's not all right. Izuku roared while turned away from her. Now you won't want to be around me anymore because I'm Deku. Izuku explained with panicked breaths and a betrayed tremble in his voice. And Deku is too weak to play with the other kids, because Deku isn't evolved, and Deku is useless because Deku isn't even a person. Dash. Ochako shot toward him and wrapped her arms around him from behind, tears falling from her eyes as she spoke with concern. I would never think those things about you. She cried. And I'm sorry I made you feel like I could. The reason I'm so worried is that it's because I really like you, Izuku. Ochako exclaimed, making him freeze as she held him. You're important to me and I don't want to see you get hurt. Izuku wiped his eyes aggressively, like he was mad at them for even producing tears. He was a superhero for crying out loud. Well, a super vigilante. And he thought he didn't care about what people thought of him anymore ever since he got his powers, but seeing his former best friend talking to his new one, potentially poisoning his new relationship, it just made everything boil over in a way that not even his spider sense could have prepared him for. Izuku turned around and hugged Ochako back. I'm sorry for yelling, Izuku said with a hoarse whisper. He cleared his throat and pulled away to look at Ochako's eyes, which were as puffy as his. I really like you too, Ochako, he admitted with an embarrassed blush. I was being so stupid. You're not stupid, you just needed to talk about what was bothering you. Ochako brushed a tear off of his face with a thumb as she consoled him. So dramatic though. Izuku sighed with a slight chuckle as his tears dried. Ochako laughed with him and tilted her head while giving a small smile. I mean, before the whole rhino thing, it was a pretty good date. Ochako slapped her hand over her mouth. Date? Izuku heard her before she could walk it back, and his eyes went huge in realization. This was a date? No. Ochako denied, before denying her denial. I mean kinda. She looked away and said quietly, only if you want it to be? Yes. Izuku coughed and looked opposite of where she was. Yeah, that sounds cool. So? He began nervously. So? Ochako squinted at him with confusion. Tomorrow, which is Saturday. I know. Ochako nodded. Maybe you and me. You and I, but go on. Ochako started to smile. Look, there's a reason I'm not your language tutor. Izuku defended anxiously, looking all over the place as he steeled his nerves. Maybe you and I could go on an official date? Ochako put her fists on her hips and smirked brightly. Izuku, Deku Midoriya. She began with a blush despite her tone. Are you asking me out? Ochako teased with a smug smile. When did you get so confident? Izuku screeched, Wes, I'm asking you, Okako. I accept. She nodded with a calm smile, and Izuku felt his heart ready to fly out of his chest. Izuku was red in the face and breathing heavily. Okay, cool. He played it off. Asking a girl out was the most intense cardio he had been through since the spider bite. So, I'll pick you up. Are you strong enough for that? She wondered with a tilt of her head. Are you light enough? He shot back without thinking. Watch it. Right. Sorry. Izuku flinched as Ochako's train came to the station. So, tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. She nodded with that smile that was like the sun. See ya then. Ochako waved at Izuku from behind the train doors. He waved back casually in a totally normal amount of excitement. Tomorrow. Izuku made sure the train was long gone and jumped 30 feet into the air, fist facing the sky while he smiled as though he wouldn't come back down. As he landed, he got a message from Knuckle Duster. Got a bead on the location the tracker moved the least around. Izuku narrowed his eyes at his phone. Hope you're ready to bring your A-game, kid. This is gonna be a big blow to someone's plans. Izuku's grin grew at the thought of taking down the villain who got away from him. Tonight. Late at night, in Narahata. Spider-Man sat perched atop the side of a building, staring at the unfinished one across the street. Are you sure this is the place? It looks kinda. Appearances can be deceiving. This is definitely the place. Knuckle Duster adjusted his binoculars. You're gonna go in there and see what you can find. I'll keep a lookout over here. Sounds like a plan. Spider-Man jumped off and swung to the target building. This seems like a regular building, Spider-Man spoke quietly. It's in a public place. Look around for secret access panels. Knuckle Duster yelled in his ear. All right. Spider-Man closed his eyes. Give me a second. He consciously activated his spider sense, looking for abnormalities in the room. After a few pulses, I got it. The lift. Spider-Man stuck to the ceiling and pulled the elevator up with his webs, sticking it there as he did so. He jumped down the elevator and saw an opening to go inside. Whoa! There was an entire room illuminated in blue light, with computer screens and science equipment everywhere. Is that an electron microscope? Focus, kid. Right. On a desk were tons of papers and a display. What do you see? Blood samples, bioengineering. Spider-Man picked up a file and started reading. Human experimentation. You were right, Roxanne has some seriously shady stuff going on. But why does Beetle want this stuff? He might just be stealing it for someone else. Spider-Man saw a safe in the corner of the room. Hang on. Spider-Man went over to it, and after some struggling, pried it open. He looked over the documents in the safe. Knuckle Duster, someone is working with Roxanne to create super soldiers. What do you dash? They're using corpses as a base to make mindless soldiers infused with quirks. They're giving quirks. No, he can't. You gotta get out of there, kid. Knuckle Duster said hurriedly. Who can't be? What do you know about this? This is bigger than just catching a thief. You have to go. Spider Sense. Spider-Man grabbed the file and jumped out of the room just before it caught fire. He crawled out and saw Beetle approaching from the other side, his back turned. Spider-Man tucked the file away quickly and stood in a battle-ready stance. Hey, you. Beetle quickly turned in the air to face him. The other night I just wanted to talk. Spider-Man punched a fist into his hand. But now I'm starting to think you need a good old-fashioned Kenneth Wapadash. Beetle blasted at him rapidly, forcing him to flip away multiple times before he jumped on the ceiling and bounced at the villain. Beetle tried to shake the spider off, but he was on him like white on rice. Seeing that he wasn't able to get rid of the pest that easily, he activated an EMP to shock Spider-Man off. Spider-Man absorbed the attack and used it to send a charged fist into Beetle's midsection. Beetle flew out of the building from the force of the blow. Disoriented, he activated his jets and flew to the top of the building, only to see Spider-Man there, hanging upside down from a construction beam. Beetle pointed at him and spoke his first words since they met. You are very irritating. I like to think I'm more charming than irritating. He swung back and then forward, shooting toward Beetle. Beetle saw that Spider-Man could absorb energy, so foregoing his beams, he shot out metal daggers to impale him. Spider-Man quickly redirected his momentum to the ground and dodged the constant barrage of metal when he landed. He tried to web up the ports in Beetle's arms that let him shoot the daggers, only for Beetle to zoom out of the way and grab him while flying. Beetle tried stabbing Spider-Man, only for the Vigilante to catch his arm and move it away from his face. Spider-Man shot a web toward the ground again and slammed Beetle through the floor. Beetle punched Spider-Man off of him and the Vigilante jumped a foot back to get some distance. Beetle and Spider-Man stared each other down. What do you say we end this? Spider-Man charged his fist and pulled it back. Beetle rose a few feet in the air, readying his blade. Spider-Man ran forward while Beetle soared toward him, when they were about to clash. Beetle soared above Spider-Man's head and flew off into the night sky. Where did he go? Where did he go? No, seriously, where? Spider-Man took a breath to calm down. Well, that just figures. He got away again. Easy. You still got a lot of what he stole destroyed. Knuckle Duster flipped through the file Spider-Man gave him. And now we have a lead on what's going on here. You know more about this than you're letting on. Tell me. Spider-Man pressed the older man. Maybe someday, kid, but this is too dangerous for you at the moment. That is such a load of crap. I just sent a cyborg supervillain home crying. Spider-Man said indignantly. The forces that could be at play here dwarf anything you've seen 100 times over, Knuckle Duster said seriously. But you did a good job tonight, Spider-Man. The younger Vigilante struggled to not feel pride at that. Thanks. If I get any other info, I'll call you. Don't hesitate to ring me if you're in trouble, though. Knuckle Duster jumped off the building, grappling away. Spider-Man stood by himself for a few seconds. I do that. That's my thing. The next day, Spider-Man was swinging through the city to Ochako's place. Izuku's mind was a mess of thoughts. Maybe we should go to a movie? No, that's just sitting in a dark room being quiet. Dinner? Where? McDonald's? You don't have enough money to take her somewhere nice, Deku. Oh, why didn't I think of this last night? Oh, I remember, I was getting shot at by a flying robot thief. Spider-Man stuck to the side of the wall. There was a loud noise coming from down the block and debris flying through the air. Spider-Man swung closer and used his webs to stop a car and chunks of sidewalk from hitting escaping civilians. On the mostly destroyed city block, two heroes were fighting a villain. Izuku recognized them as the Waterhose duo. The villain was new to him. Waterhose was losing. Badly. Mizuki Izumi, one half of the Waterhose duo, was breathing heavily while resting on one knee. Her husband was solely facing down the villain they were once fighting together. Otosu. No. She said weakly. What's this? You want to die before your wife? The towering villain mocked before covering his arm in fleshy fibers. Be my guest. He threw the punch toward him only for Otosu to be tackled from the side by a blur of black and teal. The new challenger put Otosu down only for her husband to say, "You're that vigilante." Yep. He said, popping the P at the end. The Spider-Man. Said Spider-Man gave a small cheer before he jumped toward the villain. I knew it was catching on. As Spider-Man landed in front of the villain, he started his usual routine. So do you have a name already, or should I call you Raw Meat Man? It's Muscular. And I've heard about you. Oh really? I guess my reputation precedes me. Spider-Man put his fists up, and if you heard correctly, you know that I've never lost. Wanna give up before I have to add you to the list of villains I've beaten? Hardly. This is what I've been waiting for. Muscular punched where Spider-Man was, creating a crater in the ground, only for the vigilante to jump out of the way and retaliate with his own strike to Muscular's face. Muscular laughed as a bit of blood dripped from his lip. Cute. He backhanded Spider-Man into a street lamp, leaving him dazed. Come on, you talked such a big game. Where's the guy who never loses? He ran toward Spider-Man, cracking the ground with each step and shocking the vigilante with his speed. Spider-Man quickly grabbed the street lamp and drained it until the light went dim. As Muscular got close, he ripped it out of the ground and swung it at the villain as hard as he could. Only for Muscular to raise an arm covered in fibers to defend himself, the large pole only making him skid to the side slightly. Muscular kicked Spider-Man in the face, sending him flying down the street and shattering one of his lenses, leaving a green eye exposed to the world. Izuku tried to get up and shake off the pounding in his head. Is that all you got? He asked shakily. Muscular threw his head back and laughed. I like you. You're just like me. You do whatever you want and don't let anyone stop you. I'm nothing like you. You cause chaos and destruction because you're sick in the head. Spider-Man tried to stand up straighter. I save people's lives. Maybe I am a criminal, but more to the point. Spider-Man charged his fist up with radioactive energy. I'm a hero. Well, hero. Muscular pointed at the Waterhose duo still trying to get their bearings. You won't save their lives. Because I'm gonna kill them after I squash you like the insect you are. Spiders are arachnids, a hole. He started to run toward him, and I'd like to see you try. That's it, come on. Muscular grinned from ear to ear while running toward Spider-Man. Atom dash. Show me dash. Smash. Your blood. Their clash blew cars across the street and shattered windows in nearby buildings, shaking the world around them as the Waterhose duo were knocked off their feet. Are you telling me this is all you've got? Shut your mouth. Spider-Man struggled as Muscular grew more and more fibers to overpower him. Izuku was getting pressed into the ground, unable to find the strength to win. It had only just occurred to him that this guy could kill him. That he would kill him. As he struggled in what he thought were his last moments, Izuku's regrets flashed through his mind. I hope I made up for what I did, Dad. I hope I made you proud. I'm so sorry that I'm gonna leave you too, Mom. That I was too weak to come back to you. Ochako dash. Hey! Muscular hesitated for a second to turn his attention to the voice, only to see Otosu standing against him once again. I'll kill you too, alright? Just give me a second, Otosu slashed at Muscular's face with a spear made of water, tearing his eye out and making him flail in pain. Muscular punched Otosu in the chest, sending him skidding down the street near his wife. Okay, now Dash. Muscular started to get up to walk toward the couple. You're really gonna? Who said Dash? The power in the building closest to them started to flicker in and out as Spider-Man drained it without even knowing. I was done with you? Spider-Man started to push Muscular off of him, emboldened by the thought of his regrets coming to life. I haven't finished helping Ochako become a hero. Spider-Man got to his feet. I haven't even gone on my first date with Ochako. Spider-Man found a way to get back up. I haven't even told Ochako that I love her. So I'm going to stop you. Muscular thought to himself with panic. Where did all this strength come from? Because I'm Spider-Man. And I save everyone. His punch broke through Muscular's defenses like wet paper and slammed into his face, sending Muscular crashing into the side of a building, unconscious. Spider-Man stumbled out of the crater. He was in pretty bad shape. His mask was torn so much that his mouth and some of his nose were exposed. He saw the water hose duo, Mizuki holding her husband in her arms as he bled out of his nose and mouth. No! Spider-Man dropped to his knees in front of the heroes, tears welling up in the eye they could see. No, I saved you. Why couldn't I save you? Otosu looked at the Vigilante and spoke between choked breaths. You did the best you could, and you saved Mizuki. You should be proud. Mizuki had always known that she and her husband could die while acting as heroes. It was a risk of the job, and they had accepted that. But having it realized in front of her now was something she couldn't come to grips with. Just hold on, Tos. Help is on its way. She cried, trying to convince herself more than her husband. Tell Kota to. Kota. The light left Otosu's eyes as he slumped into his wife's embrace. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Spider-Man whispered as he bowed his head to the fallen hero. Freeze, Spider-Man. In an instant, they were surrounded by police vehicles. Spider-Man looked around panicking and made a wobbly jump out of the circle of police. They immediately opened fire, despite the protest of the single water hose nearby. Izuku was able to dodge most of the bullets as usual when fire shot up his left side as a bullet tore through him. He had to keep going no matter what. Ochako was in her apartment really excited and also slightly terrified. What if something went wrong like yesterday? What if Deku decided they were better off as friends? What if the date made Deku hate her? Before she could spiral any more than she already had, she was interrupted by a bump at her window. Ochako quickly went to grab the lead pipe she kept in her apartment, too heavy to swing normally, but not if she used her quirk. She took a batter's stance, as hands slipped at her window, before finally lifting it as a figure threw themselves into her apartment. You've got 3 seconds to dash. Spider-Man. Ochako looked closer. Izuku. Ochako. Izuku-man, Spider-Deku? Said breathlessly. Izuku what? I'm so sorry about our date, Ochako. That's not what I'm worried about right now, Dash. Are you bleeding? Ochako asked, horror creeping into her voice. I almost died and then, I thought about you. And you saved me. Izuku don't talk. Just Dash. Ochako was trying not to panic. Just sit down while I call the hospital, Dash. No. Izuku stumbled forward and after some struggling, pulled out a card from his suit. No hospitals. Knuckle duster. Knuckle Dash? Izuku, you're not making sense. Just sit Dash. My phone was destroyed in the fight Dash. You fought someone and ended up like this? I can't call him, you have to. I couldn't lose, not when I knew I had to see you again. Izuku. I couldn't die without you knowing that that I'm in love Izuku would have collapsed onto the floor if Ochako hadn't helped him to her couch. His blood was all over her. Izuku. Knuckle duster. Izuku couldn't really understand what was going on. Everywhere on his body hurt like hell. Pressure on it. Okay. That hurt worse than hell. Izuku would have screamed at the pain he felt in his side, but he was out of energy for even that. So he settled for a whimper. It's hurting him. If he's in pain, he's alive. Keep up the pressure. Chaco dash, he drawled. He's waking up. Stay with me, Izuku. Ochale. Hurt? Izuku asked deliriously. What? No, I'm okay, Izuku. Izuku reached toward her face only for her to grab his hand gently. Bleeding. It's not my blood, Izuku. Ochako said with a grimace. UK then? Yeah, I'm fine. She exclaimed, trying to smile. Scoot. I'm back to sleep. Izuku started to close his eyes again. Keep him awake. Izuku. He blinked rapidly. Wadash. I'm actually not okay. Who's that? Izuku took his eyes off of her to look at the man to his right. Come on, kid, wake up. Call me kid, not Spider Dash, Izuku pointed at the stranger. Wait, was he a stranger? Oh. No, he look weird without the mask. Knuckleduster chuckled lightly. There you go, kid. Ochako. What is it, Izuku? She asked nervously. How'd you know Knuckles? You asked me to call him, remember? Oh yeah, I was doing bad, huh? Yeah, just a little. Ochako gave a watery laugh. I was fighting someone and then. You got a shot? Ochako struggled to say it. He died, Ochako. Izuku was starting to get worked up. He died again and I couldn't do anything. Izuku dash. I thought I could stop it this time. That if I caught the guy, Dad would live. But I let him die again. Izuku sobbed and turned his head away. Ochako grabbed his face and made him look at her. It's okay, I know you did the best you could. Best. Wasn't good enough. He started to rise from his laid position. Don't move, Izuku dash. I have to be better, he said, sweating profusely and breathing heavily. Izuku lay back down. Can't stop. Izuku instinctively grabbed Knuckleduster's wrist when he tried to inject him with a sedative, making him drop it in the process. Kid, you gotta relax. Aguro strained against the injured boy. It won't happen again. Never again. Izuku yelped as the needle entered his arm. He looked to his left where Ochako was pushing down on the syringe. Pity was written across her face. His eyelids got heavy again almost immediately. Chaco, poke me? He asked as he fell back into unconsciousness. Knuckleduster laid Izuku down gently. Good job. That should keep him out for about half an hour dash. Only half an hour? Ochako screeched. When I saw how fast the wounds were closing, I had to triple the dose. They both turned to look at the sleeping Vigilante. There's enough tranquilizer in him to take down a really big horse. Ochako stared at her friend, the one she thought she knew so well, felt almost like a stranger to her now. He bounced back pretty well, though. Knuckleduster turned to leave. I guess the Spider-Man is made of tougher stew dash. Izuku. Huh? He questioned while putting on his jacket. His name is Izuku, not Spider-Man. Aguro raised an eyebrow. They're the same guy. No, they're not. Izuku is caring and shy and dorky. He wouldn't be a vigilante. He respects heroes too much. He wouldn't do what Spider-Man does. She looked back on what she learned about Deku just yesterday. He couldn't. Even if he wanted to. Listen, girl. Knuckleduster turned to face the teen in denial. I have a feeling that based on your reaction, this is how you found out. Oh, you think so? She asked angrily. Aguro opened the door to go, saying before he left, if you really give a shit about him, let him explain it to you. Ochako crossed her arms and made a frustrated face until, thank you, for helping him. Knuckleduster waved behind his head. Yeah, whatever. Just make sure you look after him. He finally left, leaving Ochako alone with her friend sleeping on her now blood-stained couch. Izuku woke up startled. He looked around Ochako's apartment trying to remember what had happened the first time he was awake. He tried to think out loud like he usually did, but his throat was dry and he started to cough violently. Here. Ochako held out a cup of water as she spoke from above him, her face not belying any emotion she felt. Thanks, he said hoarsely, nervous as he took the cup. He took a big gulp while Ochako just watched him. Izuku cleared his throat. Thank you. For saving me. That's twice in one day. He tried to joke. Is this funny to you? Izuku couldn't look her in the eye. No. It's not. Do you want to say anything to me? Izuku sighed. I'm sorry you had to see me like this, Ochako. I know helping me was hard for you and I regret putting you in that position. That's it. I'm not sorry I got shot. Ice-cold fury was behind Ochako's eyes as she stared at him. I have to go to the bathroom, I'll be right back. Oh, okay, sure. I'll be here when you get back. Izuku said as Ochako walked past the couch he was on. God, she seems mad. I really hope she doesn't hate Dash. Izuku's brain rang like an alarm bell as his hand shot out behind him to catch a weightless lead pipe that was flying at his head. Izuku's eyes were open in disbelief as he looked to where the pipe came from. Ochako, he said with trepidation, why Dash? You know Dash, Ochako began, while you were asleep I had a lot of time to think of what I wanted to say to you. Ochako walked back around to where Izuku was standing. But I also had a lot of time to see videos of a certain someone. Ochako, I saw you, or the other you, right? Ochako gave a fake smile, taking a step toward Izuku as he took a step back. Dodging bullets, grabbing cars out of the air, knocking out villains with one punch. Spite laced her tone as she turned her back to Izuku. I really thought I knew you. You do know me, I'm your best friend Dash. Ochako whirled on him. Your best friend that you lied to? I didn't want you to worry. I was worried when I thought you were quirkless. I was worried when you got thrown into another room like a ragdoll. Ochako Dash. I was worried when you crawled through my window, bleeding all over my place and spouting nonsense. I said I was sorry Dash. And that's the best you've got. Sorry. I didn't mean Dash. But I guess I shouldn't have been worried. Right, Midoriya? Izuku winced as she called him by his last name. You're the amazing Spider-Man. You can do anything. You can run around like a moron and almost get yourself killed. You can do whatever you want. I have to do this, Ochako. It's my responsibility. He defended firmly. Your responsibility is breaking the law, putting yourself in danger, and making people who care about you worried sick? Izuku shook his head. I can't turn my back on people who need help. You're turning your back on me and your mom, people who need you. I can't stop. Can't or won't. It's the same thing. You're really gonna keep doing this, aren't you? Ochako had resignation across her face. Izuku matched her look with one of determination. I am. I'm Spider-Man. Well, I'm Izuku Midoriya's friend. At least I was. She said spitefully. So after everything? You just want Dash. Get out. She whispered. What Dash? Ochako walked to her window and opened it. Leave the way you came. Izuku looked Ochako in the eyes as he approached the window. He thought about saying something, but in the end, clenched his jaw shut, put on what was left of his mask, and jumped, leaving his first friend in years alone. Inko spoke on the phone frantically. Yes, I have called already, but he should be home by now. He still isn't answering his phone and Dash. Izuku walked through the door. Never mind, he's home. Inko hung up. Izuku, where have you been? Inko was furious until she looked at Izuku's face. He wasn't crying, he didn't look sad or angry. He looked like he had accepted something. And doing so hurt him. What happened? I'm sorry I didn't call, my phone got destroyed Dash. What happened, Izuku? I heard Ochako, Mom. Oh, Izuku Dash. You know, I really thought she would hate me because I was quirkless. He gave a mirthless laugh. But she was too good for that. I made her hate me with my own actions. Izuku started to laugh hard. Izuku. Inko stared at him worriedly. Izuku put his hands on his mother's shoulders, holding her gently. It doesn't matter. It's okay. He smiled at her with a brittle grin that didn't reach his eyes. This needed to happen. So I could be better. so I could focus on what's important," he said, trying to convince himself more than her. "Izuku, I don't think you're Dash." Izuku hugged her and kissed her on the cheek. He briskly walked to his room, shouting cheerfully before he closed the door, "Everything's gonna be all right." Izuku laid his destroyed suit out across his work table, pure focus in his eyes to distract him from the heartache of the day. "I'm going to make everything all right." "He looks different than last time, sir." Mirio looked through the glass of the door, watching Midoriya as he filed papers. "He's been this way for about a week. Very direct, not joking or stuttering." I pushed up his glasses as he gazed where Mirio was looking. "I'm gonna go say something." Izuku felt a slight buzz in the back of his head. No danger, just presence. Without looking up from his work, he said with joy, "Good afternoon." Mirio finished walking out of the wall, his full hero outfit on his body. "How'd you know I was Dash?" "I'm just a really observant guy." "So what's up, Togata?" Cheer supposedly lacing his tone. "Izuku, you gotta call me Mirio. We both work with Sir, that makes us brothers." Mirio beamed. Izuku laughed, his eyes shut tight. "Of course, sorry Mirio." "That's better." Mirio's tone turned sincere. "Izuku, is everything all right?" "Yeah." "Why do you ask?" Izuku turned, smiling at Mirio. Anyone who had been taught by Sir Night-Eye for as long as Mirio can tell a fake smile from a real one. "You seem kinda down." Mirio's face fell as he began to look worried. "Well, I'm not, I'm doing great." Izuku kept smiling tightly. "You say that, but I can tell Dash. Trust me, bro. I'm fine." "Okay. Just know that if you want to talk Dash." "Thanks, Mirio. I have to get going now." Izuku stood up and walked to the door. "See ya later." Izuku left and Mirio slumped in his seat. That could have gone better. Night-Eye walked into the room. "You can't always help people who don't want you to, Mirio." "I know, I just wish Dash." Night-Eye nodded with understanding. "And that's what makes you a true hero." "Sir, if you don't believe in him, why did you hire him to work here?" Mirio questioned. "I never said I didn't believe in him, just that he isn't who I'd choose first." Night-Eye pulled out a phone and started swiping. "And the thing about not knowing how to help." He placed the phone in front of Mirio, displaying an article about a man being shot late last year, survived by his wife and only son. Mirio's eyes widened as he looked at the familiar name in the article. He looked up at Night-Eye, his expression unflinching. "Sometimes you try anyway." For 1 week, Izuku had been cooped up in his room. Denying vehemently that anything was wrong, Inko remembered how Izuku would light up when he spoke about Ochako. When Inko mentioned her now, he said that it was fine and changed the subject quickly. She knew her son was deep in denial, but she didn't know what to do about it. She sighed to herself. "Hisashi, I wish you were here." "Hey, Mom." Izuku finally came out of his room, dressed to go outside. "I have to go out again today, so don't wait up for me," he said as he walked to the door. "Wait, Izuku," she called, making him pause his exit. "I know that whatever happened between you and Ochako is bothering you. But bottling it up is only going to hurt you in the long run," she told him worriedly. "I'm fine, Dash. I know you say that, but you aren't. You need to talk about your problems, or at least find some kind of outlet for them." "I've been working on my outlet this week," Izuku said with a smile. Inko sighed at not getting through to him. "Izuku Dash. Soon you won't have to worry, okay, Ma?" Izuku opened the door. "Love you. Bye." Inko sighed again. "Izuku." Mizuki Izumi was walking to the funeral car when she took one last look at her husband's grave. She saw someone who wasn't at the ceremony, crouched at Otosu's grave. She turned to her cousin, Shino. "You go on ahead, I need a second." Shino nodded wordlessly. "Come on, Koda." Mizuki approached the figure slowly. When she got within a certain range, they tensed and threw a hood over their head. "I didn't see you earlier," she began. "How did you know him?" "Oh, I was a fan. I'm sorry for your loss, by the way." They wrung their hands nervously. "We don't have that many fans," she chuckled. "We really weren't all that popular." She looked up wistfully. "Oh, well, I think you should have been." The decidedly male-leaning voice choked. All the fans were at the service for him as a hero. There were only a handful of them. You weren't there. I don't do well with crowds. He ducked his head away. I can understand that, Dash. I really am sorry about what happened. He blurted out. It's all right. It's not your fault. Yes, Dash, the boy took a breath. He saved my life once, you know? I remember, I heard about what happened, and I wish I could have saved him like he saved me. Tears fell from his eyes as he spoke. There was nothing you could do. He crossed his arms over his knees and leaned onto them shakily. Yeah, I know. I wasn't there. You fought so hard, I wish you could have saved him too. I wish that anyone could have. The boy's eyes widened under his hood. What? His head snapped to look at her before ducking once more. Mizuki looked at him with understanding in her eyes. He stood up abruptly. I should leave. He started to walk before Mizuku grabbed his arm. I recognized your voice. Your eyes too, after you looked at me. He pulled his arm away and took a step back. No. I'm just a fan. That's all. I swear. Mizuki pulled the Vigilante into a gentle embrace, but it kept him still like a vice grip. No one has seen you in a week. I was afraid that the bullet killed you. Maybe it should have. He cried hysterically. Don't say that. You saved my life, and my son still has a parent to look after him. There's no doubt in my mind. If you hadn't shown up, we would both be dead. She squeezed his shoulders as she expressed her thanks to him. What's the point of any of this if you can't save everyone? You can't. You can't save everyone. No matter who you are or how strong you are. Like Otosa like you. Have to do the best we can. Spider-Man pulled away from the widow, eyes puffy and wet. That's not good enough for me. He growled. Spider-Man bowed deeply, the heroes at the car running to see what the commotion was about. Letting your husband die was one of the worst things I've ever done. He said, eyes focused on the ground. I told you it wasn't your fault, Dash. I will not, ever, let anyone else die while others are saved. The heroes were very close now. What you're saying is impossible, Dash. Green eyes turned red from tears and dripping with rage directed inward stared into Mizuki's. From now on I do both. I promise you. From now on, Dash. The Wild Pussycats member, Tiger reached a hand out to try and subdue or comfort the Vigilante. The Vigilante leapt into the air out of their reach and screamed. Spider-Man always does both. Ochako slammed a fist into a punching bag. She had around 3 months to get into Yui and nothing was gonna stop her. She was in control. She was going to get in, become a hero, and help her parents while she did it. She had been training every day for the last week, and she could feel the benefits even if they didn't show yet visually. She stopped punching when she saw her phone was ringing. She went to answer it. Hello. Hey, sweetheart. How are you doing? Oh, I'm fine, Mom. Just thinking about you guys, actually. Well, I guess that's good luck. How's the training going? Ochako looked at her worn-out punching bag. It's going great, feeling really motivated. And what about that friend you talked about, how's he? It didn't work out, me and him, Ochako said, shoulders sagging. Oh, well, that's a shame. You talked about him so, Dash. I know. On different paths. And I need to focus on helping you guys. Ochako, that's not what we want for you. You know that. Her mom reprimanded. I know. But that guy was a distraction that I can't afford. Ochako looked at the 13 plush in her room. Just another person to worry about. That night, Knuckleduster was on the edge of a rooftop, looking down at some potential criminals. Normally, he would kick their butts right then and there. But he figured that when whoever these guys were waiting for showed up, he could kick their butts too. 2 sets of justice for the price of 1. Finally, what he was waiting on came to pass, as another group came sauntering into the alley. So, you got the stuff? Why would I show up if I didn't? And this is the same old? Nah, this is new, double the purity. That's sweet. 4 double the price. Whoa, we only brought enough for the regular bliss. Then you can have half of this version of it. That's bullshit. Aguro was preparing to jump down when A line hit the middle of the argument, sticking near the feet of both parties. What the F dash? In an instant, they were all blown off their feet as a green flash illuminated the alleyway. One sole criminal was still conscious. He was the farthest from the impact. When he saw the figure shrouded in darkness, he backed away as quickly as he could while on his behind. He was so afraid that he was having trouble standing. He willed himself to his feet. Back off. The figure started to walk toward him. He touched the wall and his hand turned to concrete. I said back OFF. His fist clenched and readied against his attacker. In the sky, a cloud was blown away from the moon, spotlighting the face of the challenger. Why? You're supposed to be dead. The lenses on the Vigilante's mask narrowed at the criminal. I got better. He tried to run away, only for the Vigilante to jump to the wall and then off of it, kicking him in the face and knocking him out. Spider-Man swung to the roof that Knuckleduster was observing from. Not bad, huh? Could have been better. Screw you. Spider-Man crossed his arms. New mask but the same suit, huh? Knuckleduster asked with boredom. I'm not done with the remodel yet, it does the job. The kid defended. Yeah, guess so. A beat of silence passed before the younger of the two broke it. Why don't you pay your phone bill? I've been trying to call you for days. He half joked. He got serious and clasped his hands together. Thank you. For saving my life. I just couldn't let your little girlfriend down, is all. How is she anyway? It doesn't matter. He looked away. That bad, huh? I told her to let you explain dash. It doesn't matter. People need our help. She was distracting me from that. Trust me, it's a good thing. Knuckleduster looked down at the teen with skeptical eyes. Whatever you say, kid. But calm down, would ya? You're angsting all over my rooftop. I do not angst. He seethed. You're angsting right now as you tell me you don't dash. I don't angst. Are we gonna do this or not? Do what? Stop crimes together. The kid yelled, bewildered. Nah. Knuckleduster walked away. Nah. Why dash? Kid, you just took out 10 guys with 2 moves. I'd just be dead weight. That's not dash. Go home, Spider-Man. Fight some baddies in your city, try not to get shot this time. Prick. Knuckleduster grinned as he opened the roof entrance. And for God's sake, finish your suit, you look ridiculous. Ison was doing way better than he was a few months ago. His art on the building was recognized, and since being saved, he valued his life a lot more. He started to put more effort into maintaining himself, and he felt better inside and he was using a platform to repaint the mural. No one had seen Spider-Man in days. Some people might have given up on him, but Ison owed the guy his life. Maybe if Ison improved the mural, he would come back. He figured that since he used the same platform to make the mural the first time, it should be pretty safe. He was quickly proven wrong. As soon as he lifted a roller to the wall, the machine started to creak. He yelled in fear as one of the cables snapped, violently shaking the platform. As it shook, the control panel started to spark. The whole thing was really old, but he didn't expect it to fall apart like this. People on the street below heard the commotion and looked up in shock. Another cable snapped, almost sending Ison to the pavement until he grabbed the edge of the platform that was hanging the wrong way. His fingers started to slip as the platform swung back and forth. Come on, Ison, he said through gritted teeth. Just keep holding dash, eat. Civilians gasped in shock as they witnessed the man fall. Ison closed his eyes, once again bracing for death. And once again, there really are better ways to get my attention. Ison was in disbelief, being held in the arm of his hero while they soared through the air. His disbelief then gave way to joy as he said breathlessly, I knew you'd come back. Ison, buddy. I know I'm great and all, but I have an unspoken rule. His lenses narrowed as he paused for emphasis. Everybody gets one. Ison laughed. Sorry, I guess you just have a knack for saving my life. Don't sweat it. You got saved by the old me. Your rescuer today is the new and improved, spectacular. Sad news today, citizens of Muzutafu. The newscaster began. The Spider-Man is still at large. A handheld photo of Spider-Man saving Ison was on the screen as the angry man spoke. We all thought he had given up or worse when our brave police officers landed an impressive blow against him. He stood up from his chair with rage. But like a real bug, he came back when we weren't looking. These photos from yesterday show that the abomination he calls an outfit has been upgraded, no doubt to make committing crime easier somehow. He took a breath and sat back in his chair, slowly regaining his composure. Buckle up, folks. I believe the brief reprieve we all had has given this spider menace a second wind. Izuku sat on the edge of a Muzutafu building, finishing his breakfast while watching the newscaster rant. When he was done, Spider-Man pulled down his mask and jumped off the roof to start swinging. Man, it is good to be back. Izuku was on his way to school. He was lying on top of the train in his full suit. He just wanted to avoid everyone inside, really. Can you blame him? He wouldn't have to push past anyone to get out if he was already out of the train. As he scrolled through his phone, he got a notification for a crime in progress. Just a slight detour, he was early anyway. Spider-Man slipped to the side of the train and stuck to the window, scaring the people on the inside. Ah. Sorry. Spider-Man unstuck from the train and landed on the rails next to it, shooting 2 webs to the back of it and holding on while clinging his feet to the rails until the webs stretched enough to slingshot him into the city. Lacquered chain prison. Kamui Woods yelled as he shot his branches out to the villain in front of him. Only for the villain to blast the thick wooden tendrils away with a shockwave, sending Kamui flying backward and into a car, crumpling it around his form. Nice try, Pinocchio. The villain in a yellow and red padded suit mocked the hero as he walked toward him. Kamui Woods jumped out of the way of a kick that sent the destroyed car into the air. The hero's eyes widened in disbelief. The villain threw his head back and laughed, before focusing on the hero once more. His eyes narrowed behind his green visor. You all laughed at me before, but you're not laughing now. He raised an arm against the hero who was back on his feet. Fist pulsating red shockwaves. You're all gonna tremble at the might of the Shocker. Oh, Mr. VB. A voice sang from up high. Shocker looked up to see the car he kicked into the sky flying back toward him. He quickly threw a hand up and countered the vehicle, rending the metal once more while making the car stop its trajectory toward him. Spider-Man landed on top of the destroyed car in a perched position. I figured you misplaced this, so I wanted to bring it back to you. Spider-Man. Both hero and villain shouted. Gotta love stereo. Spider-Man said while twisting a pinky in his ear. You're both under arrest. Surrender now. Kamui shouted between the two of them. He started it. Spider-Man whined, you gotta arrest him first. He jumped off what was left of the car and punched Shocker in the face. Only to not feel the hit connect all the way? Ack. Spider-Man was blasted backward into the wall next to Kamui. Shocker laughed. Not this time, webhead. Did you think it was gonna be that easy? Spider-Man pulled himself out of the hole he was in. Well, you look ridiculous. So, kinda. He jumped away as branches occupied where he once was. Kamui, if I cut you in half, can I see how old you are based on the number of rings in your torso? Stop talking. The hero raged as he pulled back his arm to attack again. Spider-Man stuck to a wall. All right. Back to you. Spider-Man swung feet first toward Shocker, who puffed out his chest expecting a repeat of what happened the last time Spider-Man tried hitting him. Only for Spider-Man to slide under his legs and shoot 2 strands of webs at his back, throwing the villain into a fire hydrant. What's your tragic backstory? He snapped his fingers like he cracked a code. You weren't an old lady's favorite couch, so you came to life and swore revenge. You think you're so funny. Shocker punched the hydrant, don't you? And aimed the upcoming water at the Vigilante and hero, increasing the pressure with his shockwaves. Spider-Man backflipped away as Kamui was blasted. Well, the humor does test well with audiences. You don't want to see the dark and gritty screen test for Spider-Man. He joked, dancing along the wall away from the stream. The police showed up and Shocker immediately aimed his gauntlet toward them. No! Spider-Man jumped into the path of the shockwave, which sent him crashing against a cop car and bouncing off the roof of another. I'd love to stay and squash you, Bug, But I've got places to be. Shocker slammed his hands into the floor and took off into the sky. Yeah, you better run, Spider-Man said while clutching his face in pain. You're under arrest. The head officer screamed. Yeah, no. Spider-Man rapidly yanked the guns from half of the officer's hands while jumping away from them, dodging the rest of the shots when he landed near Kamui. Hold your fire. You all right? Spider-Man helped him to his feet. I thought you had the type advantage against water. I hate you. Ouch, you're welcome by the way. Spider-Man winced as he stepped back. You're no better than that villain. You're under arrest. Kamui repeated with annoyance. In your condition? Spider-Man turned away with derision. Kamui tried one last time to subdue the Vigilante, only for him to dodge. Don't worry, you'll get me next time. Spider-Man swung into the air. Then he laughed. Actually, you probably won't. After searching for Shocker to no avail, Izuku was late for class. But are you really late if you don't get caught? Using his incredible skills of equilibrium, Spider-Man snuck into his classroom while the teacher's back was turned, crept over to his seat, and, Mr. Midoriya. Crap. Good morning, Sir Dash, he saluted. It's so nice of you to join us. His teacher responded flatly. It's great to be here, Izuku said before he could shut himself up, causing his classmates to snicker. Well, it should be even better in detention. The teacher raged with a swift nod. Izuku sighed, yeah, fine. After a moment of watching him walk, Izuku's teacher scoffed and shook his head. Do you think yourself better than your classmates, Mr. Midoriya? In what sense? Izuku asked with restraint. In the sense that you think it's okay to walk in here late, make snide remarks, and wear a hood over your head. His teacher folded his arms and tapped with patient impatience. Izuku ducked his head a little lower and tried to just sit down quietly. I have a headache, it's real bad. It's against school policy to wear any headwear at all. Take it off now. The teacher scowled. I would really prefer Dash. If you'd prefer to spend the rest of the week in detention, you can keep it on. Not off. Now please. Izuku puffed sharply. Fine. He took off his hood, revealing his black eye to the entire class. Over the comments and jeers from his classmates, the teacher spoke. So, roughhousing is what you're doing instead of being here on time? The teacher accused with disappointment. What? No, I ran into a pole. And then Dash. Izuku's phone started to go off. He checked it to see Shocker was downtown robbing a bank. I'll be holding that for the rest of the day, it would seem. I have to go, it's an emergency, Dash. Izuku gestured to the door. Hand me the phone, and sit back in your seat, Midoriya. His teacher interrupted. Izuku stood there for a second, thinking, and then he remembered that there was nothing to think about. Nah. Not meeting the teacher's eyes, he grabbed his bag and headed for the door. Midoriya. Sit back in your seat right now or Dash. Or what? You gonna flunk me? Spider-Man rolled his eyes and sneered. I could teach this class. Ooze erupted from the rest of the class as Spider-Man finished before walking out. Have a power trip on someone who actually needs to be here, thanks. Spider-Man watched Shocker leave the bank with bags of cash on his person. He quickly swung through the entrance, flying above the villain's head, and pulled him back inside. Shocker rolled across the bank floor and used a small shockwave to steady himself. Spider-Man clung to a corner of the ceiling. I expected to see you here, it doesn't come as a shock to me. That was just painful. Shocker blasted the corner as Spider-Man swung away. The Vigilante sighed. It's been a long day. At least I'm trying. He used his webs to grab a bag of coins, throwing them at the villain. Shocker let his suit absorb the kinetic energy as the bag fell to the floor harmlessly. Wow, that's fair. He screamed as Shocker fired a wide shockwave that he was unable to dodge in time. Don't you talk to me about what's fair. Shocker started to charge up a blast. I was gonna be a hero. But my quirk is always on. Rather than give me something to focus my power, every school I tried just let me fail the entrance exam. And they said I wasn't good enough. Who's good enough now? He fired at Spider-Man, who in turn jumped away to get some distance. Hey, Spidey. Think. He jumped around the bank ceiling, Shocker's blasts just barely missing him. The suit absorbs kinetic energy, can't just hit the problem away. He absorbed my punch and the money bag, but not the car. He went out of his way to blast it. Maybe there's a limit on the size of what he can blow off. Quiltman, you sure the reason you couldn't be a hero was your quirk and not your terrible aim? Shocker trembled with rage. Watch your mouth before I squash you. Hey, after I beat you, can I use your suit to sleep on? My mattress has been giving me problems, and you are without a doubt the most comfortable-looking idiot I've ever fought. Shut it. Shocker blasted at him again, not noticing how the ceiling shook from more than just the blast. Just think about the rebranding possibilities. From the Shocker to the cushion. You shut up. Mocking me like everyone else. I won't stand for it. He shot his most powerful wave yet toward Spider-Man. Spider-Man stood on the cracking ceiling, looking down on Shocker in both ways. I do feel for you, Shocky. I know what it's like to have people mock you for what you can't control. He took a simple step to the left, dodging the large beam-like wave. But if you're gonna use your power to steal and destroy Dash, the ceiling started to fall around Shocker. He didn't have enough energy built up to jump to safety after his last attack. No. Then you've brought it on yourself. Rubble collapsed on top of Shocker, pinning him to the ground. After the smoke cleared, Spider-Man carefully webbed him still. He didn't want him building up any more energy. One thing I don't get, you don't seem all that bright. You mother Dash. He was quickly silenced by a web across the front of his mask. Keep it PG, please. You obviously didn't make this suit, I wonder who did. Shocker's muffled screams knocked him out of his thoughts. Yeah, with that attitude, I have a feeling you wouldn't tell me even if you could speak. Oh, there's the police. I gotta skedaddle. Tilt next time, Shocker. You sure know how to bring the house down. He laughed at his own joke as he swung away. Izuku tried sneaking back inside without alerting his mom that night. When he opened the door to his mom sitting in the living room, he figured that particular move just wasn't gonna work today. He walked past her and into the kitchen. You don't have to stay up all night for me, Dash. Yes, I do. Take off the hood. Mom, Dash. I already heard about it from the school. Inko took a shaky breath. I need to see it for myself. Izuku sighed to the ceiling. I really don't, Dash. No. Izuku. Izuku pulled the hood off briskly. It's not that big of a deal, Dash. Where have you been? She demanded the answer. It wasn't a question. Izuku looked away. At work with Dash. That was the first place I called. Izuku, what is going on with you? She asked with her fists clenched. Izuku responded with frustration. Nothing. Stop lying to me. Izuku took a step back. His mom had never been this angry. I know you sneak out every night. Mom, Dash. Inko started pacing around the room. I let it slide because whatever you were doing made you happy. Dash. I didn't want to take that from you. I figured you already had enough taken from you. The Vigilante's jaw snapped shut. But you know what? I have had just as much taken from me. The boy might as well have been slapped. It would have hurt less. You sneak out all night, now you're getting yourself hurt, disrespecting your teachers, and skipping school? He began to reach for an answer with his hands. It's not Dash. Who are you? Izuku was more shaken than he had been throughout everything that had happened that day. You're gonna come clean. Right now. She stepped toward him. What have you been up to? He looked away. You wouldn't understand. Because I'm an idiot? My own son is too smart for me? No. That's not it. Then make me understand, Izuku. That can't. Inko closed her eyes and took a breath. Hisashi's death was hard for both of us. I already lost my husband, now I'm losing my son? You're not. Losing me. I'm right here. Inko shook her head. No. My Izuku doesn't lie to me, or sneak around behind my back, or get into fights with people. I'm not a kid anymore, Mom. I'm different. I'm sorry that I'm not your little angel or whatever, but I'm growing up. What I'm doing is important, I swear. He said, voice trembling, but I just Can't explain it. I'm sorry. Inko looked her son in the eyes. You're grounded. No more sneaking out, no more being late to school, you're to come right back home whenever you're done with work. That's so Dash. If you don't like it, you can leave. That's the law in this house. Am I understood? Izuku clenched his jaw tight. Yes, ma'am. Izuku walked into his room and grabbed a pillow. His muffled screaming was the only way he could think to let out his frustration. Grounded. Grounded. Izuku paced around his room. Why does it have to be so difficult? I should just tell her, right? Izuku shook his head. She's already treating me like a criminal. If she found out, I don't even know how she'd react. He held his head in his hands and groaned, This is so stupid. You can't ground Spider-Man. He flopped onto his bed. As he scrolled through his phone, he saw a picture that he and Ochako had taken on the day they went to the arcade. Izuku frowned. He had to try. His phone rang as he tried calling Ochako, the buzzing in his hand shaking his entire soul. The other end spoke first, Hello. Ochako, it's Izuku. I just wanted Dash. Izuku was interrupted by the beep of the call ending. He tried calling again. The person you have dialed is not accepting calls from this number Dash. Izuku sighed heavily and hung up the phone, turning on his side to go to sleep. Inko was cooking breakfast when Izuku walked out of his room, already dressed for school. Aren't you going to take something to eat? I'll get something outside. He wouldn't even look at her as he walked. Izuku, you know I'm not trying to ruin your life, right? Inko asked him sadly, staring at his back as he shuffled to the door. I know, Mom. Izuku responded with a little exhaustion. He sounded tired with something beyond her as he picked up his bag and put his hand on the doorknob. I'll see you when I get back. Inko couldn't let the tension lie without trying to communicate with her son. I'm not so much mad at you, I'm just upset at the thought of us drifting apart. She admitted with a bit of a scowl as she pressed her hands together. You used to tell me everything. Not everything. He muttered. You mean about Katsuki? Inko guessed with a pensive grimace. His eyes widened at her words. When did you dash? I'm not an idiot, Izuku. You gave him a concussion and you haven't talked about him in years. She sighed while she stared at him. Izuku fumbled with his sleeves. I didn't want you to worry about it. I did worry, but I didn't want to pressure you if you didn't want to talk. I knew something went wrong, but not to what extent. Inko looked down in shame. Izuku clenched his fists. It wasn't your fault, Mom. I want you to know that from now on, you can talk to me about anything. Inko walked to Izuku and grabbed his hand softly. I love you. Don't forget that. Izuku gave a chuckle that was halfway between happy and sad as he hugged his mother. I love you too, Ma. See you tonight. After school and detention. Izuku was at Nitai's agency when Mirio showed up, cheerful as ever, to ask him something. Izuku, come to Yui's festival today. The older teen beamed as bright as the sun. Izuku sat back in his chair, his eyes looking distracted as he tried to come up with an excuse. Mirio, I don't know. All those people dash. Ah, come on, don't flake on me now. You gotta meet the rest of my friends. Mirio pouted while poking at his younger counterpart. Izuku shook his head and frowned. Even if I wanted to, I'm grounded. So, sorry Dash. Maybe I can make an exception. Izuku's mom said as she entered the agency with her hands together. He looked up at her in confusion. Mom, what are you doing here? Making sure you are where you said you would be, she said while raising an eyebrow before she looked around at the office. Izuku rolled his eyes a little and stared at the ceiling. Seriously, Mom, you didn't need to dash. What's this I hear about a festival? She interrupted as she turned toward Mirio with a curious tone. It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya, Mirio said with a bow. I was just inviting Izuku to the festival at Yui. Izuku was swift to shoot him down, waving his hand lazily as he explained. And I was just telling Mirio about how I'm grounded and can't go dash. You can go, she said plainly. What? It might be a good distraction for you. Huh? Inko leaned in to whisper into Izuku's ear, and if you hate it, it can be part of your punishment. She smiled with wicked intent. That's great news, little bro. Mirio pulled Izuku into a hug that lifted him off the ground. Yeah. Great. Izuku repeated unenthusiastically. Mirio walked Izuku to the entrance of the festival grounds and rested a hand on his shoulder as he spoke easily through the stillness of the night. Izuku, these two are Tamaki and Nijire. Mirio gestured to his two friends. Hi. Nijire waved. I was too slow to introduce myself, again. Tamaki placed his forehead against a nearby pole in shame. Mirio, is he okay? Izuku looked at the depressed older teen with concern. Mirio laughed and walked over to his oldest friend. Tamaki is a little shy around new people, but he's as tough as they come. Especially as a hero. Izuku looked at Tamaki and held a hand out. It's stressful for me to meet new people too. What's your hero name? Tamaki looked at the outstretched hand and slowly reached out to grasp it. I'm Sun Eater. That's a really cool name. What's your quirk? Oh, Tamaki ate a piece of jerky and turned his hand into a cow hoof. Whoa! I can take on the properties of the things I eat. Tamaki explained. Izuku was suddenly much closer to Tamaki, with a notepad in hand. Where did you pull that from, Dash? How much do you need to eat to transform? Would just an atom be enough? Can you turn into an entire cow right now? If you ate chicken, would your transformation scale to your size, or the size of the chicken? If you wound up eating and stay with me here, a person Dash. Mirio! There are two Nijires. Tamaki cried in fear while hiding behind his laughing friend. Mirio was right, you do ask a lot of questions. Nijire peered down at him while approaching. Izuku was knocked out of his speech. Oh yeah, I guess. I want to ask you some. She demanded with a blank tone. Oh, his spider sense started a low buzz. Sure. It rattled his skull as if to say, wrong answer. Why is your hair green? Mirio told me that your last name is Midoriya, so what came first in your bloodline, the hair color or the last name? I would assume the name came first Dash. Are you more susceptible to jealousy because you're green? I don't think that's how that wore Dash. Nijire plucked his glasses off his face. I need those Dash. Actually Dash, Nijire blinked a few times as she wore them, you don't. There's no prescription in these, are you just wearing them to keep up appearances? Izuku looked away nervously. What appearance Dash? She pinched at what he was wearing. Why are your clothes so baggy? They look too new to be hand-me-downs, but they don't fit you well. He was starting to truly panic as this girl picked apart his disguise. That's actually Dash. She grabbed his arm and rolled his sleeve up to his shoulder. You look really well built. Why are you hiding your body? Izuku rubbed behind his head as he blushed scarlet and hurriedly pushed his sleeve back down. I don't know about really well-built Dash. Where did you get that notebook from? I always Dash. Why did your parents name you Izuku? What high school are you gonna go to? Is it Yui? Are you gonna be a hero? What's your quirk? Is it invisibility? Where did you go? Izuku looked Tamaki in the eyes from behind a still laughing Mirio, hiding from Nijire. I'm sorry I hurt you. After introductions, Izuku seemed pretty comfortable, and that was Mirio's goal, so he counted that as a win. But throughout the night, sometimes Izuku would suddenly get quiet and super sad. Once, Mirio called out to him. Hey Izuku! Let's see which of us can hit higher on this hammer strength game. Izuku was smiling before Mirio got his attention. His face fell and he tried to smile again, weaker this time. Nah, you'd probably win. I don't want to waste my time, you know. Later on, Nijire skipped over to him, bouncing while she held a wrapped snack in her hands. Izuku, try this mochi. It's so great. She said between bites. Izuku looked away like it was poison. No thanks. Don't want to ruin my appetite. The night went on, and there was nothing else that made Izuku uncomfortable for a while, to Mirio's delight. And then, oh hi 13. What are you doing here? The space hero turned their attention to the group. Nice to see you all. You all know I teach here from time to time, so I'm just here in case any fans want to meet. They said with cheer. Mirio kept up his enthusiasm. He knew Izuku loved heroes, so this would be perfect. That's so great. Izuku, you want to get a pic Dash? Izuku? Mirio asked with concern as he stared at his green-haired friend. Mirio's little bro had his glasses in one hand and was rubbing his eyes vigorously with his other forearm. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine, he said, his voice full of congestion as he lied through his tears. It's just, she would have really liked to be here. He cried with regret. Hey, come on. He grabbed Izuku's shoulder and turned him around. You guys go on ahead, we're gonna take a break. 13th's voice shook with concern as they reached a hand out. Did I do something, Dash? No. He just had some bad soba. Mirio took Izuku to a quiet corner to calm down. So, what's up? It's nothing really, Dash, he choked out. Don't give me that, how can I help if you don't tell me what's wrong? Izuku took a deep breath, steadying himself. I had this friend. Or maybe, she was more than a friend. I think she would have been. He chuckled solemnly. But I screwed it up. And now she hates me. Easy, I doubt she hates you, Izuku Dash. I really messed up. She's gone and now I just see her everywhere and it's just haunting, you know. Mirio put a hand on his shoulder. It's gonna be okay, Dash. And I messed today up. It was supposed to be fun but I screwed it up like I screw up everything else, Dash. Izuku spiraled as he hugged his chest and wheezed, truly hurt by whatever happened with this girl. Hey! Mirio was using his hero voice. The one he used when people were panicking and needed direction, like right now. I invited you here because you're my friend, you didn't mess anything up. You just needed help and I'm sorry I didn't see it earlier. I'm sorry about your friend, Izuku. Nijire glided in. Me too, Tamaki said from a crouching position nearby. You heard all that? Izuku's face was tinged red with embarrassment while his eyes were tinged red with his tears. It really doesn't matter, Dash. Tamaki spoke up. It matters to you, so it matters to us. A real friend would be able to forgive you. Nijire added with a small shrug. If Mirio left any time I did something wrong, I don't know where I'd be. Tamaki said. Yeah, your true friends stick by you, like Nijire said. Izuku. Nijire began with a hand on his shoulder. If this girl forgives you then that's great. But if she doesn't, maybe she just isn't worth it. Izuku looked to the ground. She's so worth it. What's so special about her? Izuku looked down at the floor and smiled. Joy and bitter nostalgia bled from his face as he spoke. Everything. The trio didn't know where to go with that until Izuku spoke again, but talking about it really did help. He nodded shakily and looked to them. Thank you. All of you. Hey, what are friends for? Mirio beamed. Can we just pretend this never happened? Izuku requested quietly. Pretend what never happened? Nijire said while making a zipping motion over her mouth. Tamaki said with a small smile, I don't even know what we're talking about. Mirio held out his arm for Izuku to grab, pulling him to his feet as he did. All right, the night's still young. Let's mosey. The four teenagers walked away from the festival as it closed down. This was really fun. Izuku admitted with a bit of a defeated smirk. Mirio cheered at his success and shook his young friend by his shoulder. Yeah, it was. We've all got to go out like this again sometime. Izuku, when's your birthday? July 15th. Izuku responded evenly before he felt stares all over him. Why are you all looking at me like Dash? Izuku was scooped up by Mirio in an instant. He really is my brother. What's going on? Izuku wondered with panic. That's Mirio's birthday too. Nijire said with a smile. Can't believe I didn't see the resemblance, Tamaki said with a hand on his chin. Mirio held Izuku out to the other two like a cat. Look, we're practically twins. Minutes passed and they all said their goodbyes, leaving Mirio and Izuku on their own. I'm glad you all got to meet. Mirio began. I'm happy you basically forced me to go. Izuku responded with a smile that was meant to guilt-trip the blonde teen. Desperate times. Mirio relented with a shrug. Izuku smiled earnestly. Really though, thank you. Bro. Mirio smiled that sun-like smile of his and held out a fist for Izuku to bump. Anytime, bro. Be safe out there. You too. Izuku got off his first train and stood at the terminal, satisfied with the day. Another train came into the station and stopped, and one person got off. They stared at each other from a short distance. Her fists balled as she stared at him. "What are you doing here?" "I still take the train, you don't exactly own it." Izuku responded. She turned away and looked to the tracks. "Whatever. I actually had a pretty good day dash. I didn't ask," she said without a glance. Izuku ignored it. "I know. I thought it would be a lot worse without you, but some good people helped me see things differently." "Really? You don't have to sound so uninterested, but yeah." Izuku pouted. "Well, that's just great." Ochako gripped the straps of her bag tightly. Izuku turned to face her as he smiled with a little sadness. "It really isn't. It's actually pretty unfortunate." "How?" Ochako's head snapped to glare at him. He laughed. "I can't change how you feel, Ochako dash. You don't get to call me that dash." She pointed at him while she squinted with disapproval. Izuku continued, "It's not one of my powers. Just because you hate me, it doesn't mean that I hate you." She was silent as she turned away again. "I really don't have it in me. But if you do, I accept that." Her train pulled into the station. "Bye, Uraraka." The train doors closed and she was on her way, holding her face in her hands as she sat heavily. "Bye, Izuku." Izuku hugged Inko as soon as he came inside. "So I guess it went well." "Better than well, thanks for letting me go." "You're welcome, you're still dash. Still grounded, I know. Everything that happened, with Dad, with Ochako and school, it was affecting me. It still kind of is." "Oh, Izuku." Inko hugged him sadly. "I was ignoring the pain and I couldn't see how bad it was hurting you." Izuku admitted with a regretful scowl. "Please just tell me the truth, Izuku," Inko requested while holding his hands. "I can't yet. But I can tell you this." Izuku pulled away from his mom to look into her eyes. "I know that I'm doing the right thing, the good thing. I'm doing what Dad said, following my heart. What I'm doing isn't always easy, it doesn't always feel rewarding in the moment, and it's not perfectly safe. But you can trust me when I tell you that I never regret it, I never have doubts about it. In my heart, I know I'm doing the right thing." Inko made a nervous face at the vindication in her son's words. He had the sort of tone he used to have when he spoke of becoming a hero. Before it was more hopeful, still just a dream. But he sounded so concrete now, so real. Inko sighed and grabbed Izuku's face. "Here are the rules." He chuckled as he relented. "Oh, you name them. Wherever you go, you at least try to stay safe." "Well, dash. It's non-negotiable, young man." Inko barked over any excuse he might give. "Okay." He shouted fearfully. "Never forget that you are my son. And I love you. Not in a million years." He nodded seriously. Inko paused before she spoke again. "Promise you'll always come back to me." Izuku's looked at the ground and pulled back slightly, unable to meet her eyes. "Promise me." After a moment he steeled himself. And with a look of determination, he looked straight at her and nodded firmly. "I promise." Inko sighed once more. "You're gonna give me a heart attack, Izuku?" "No way, you're not old enough yet." Izuku smiled flippantly. "Watch it." "Sorry." He winced. "Your grounding is lifted when the school year is over, go get ready for bed." Inko ruffled his hair and ordered with a stern tone. Izuku laughed, a full real laugh. "Yes, ma'am." A blade sliced against the center of a locked door, opening it to those who were seeking opportunity. "Come on, man, hurry up. Would you give me a second?" Late at night in Mizudafu, two criminals were trying to break into an ATM. "Whatever you're doing, work faster." The one looking through the glass whisper shouted. The criminal kneeling near the machine slipped on two gauntlets. "This better work." The gauntlets hummed to life and glowed blue as he aimed his arms toward the ATM inside the wall. His friend keeping a lookout got distracted by his actions. "What dash?" The man with the gauntlets ripped the machine out of the wall with a small shout. "Whoa! You couldn't do that before. How did you dash?" He held up his gauntlet hand, bringing the partially destroyed ATM into the air as he did so. "New toys. Let's go." Together they ran out into the street, checking over their shoulders for anyone who could stop them. But the sidewalk was clear. They were halfway to their getaway car when, "Hey! Wait dash!" The man who served as a lookout was yanked from behind into the air and pulled into an alley. The man with the gauntlets looked up and saw no one. He dropped the machine behind him and held his fists up. "Come out! You have no idea what I can do." He spun around rapidly, nervous despite his outward bravado. "Come on out, coward," he repeated. "I'm not scared of you." With a thump, a predator landed on a street lamp above him. As the criminal slowly looked up to see the Vigilante's hood blowing behind him, his lenses narrowing until the white of his eyes were the size of pinpricks. They watched each other for a moment, one with fear, the other with anticipation, until at last one of them spoke. "Run." The criminal turned tail immediately, leaving his treasure on the ground and moving past his vehicle. He got pretty far down the block. Then he heard it. The criminal looked back to see Spider-Man crawling along nearby buildings on all fours, doing so with unnatural speed. Oh God! He started sprinting faster than he thought he could, using his gauntlets to rip concrete out of the ground to chuck at Spider-Man. He missed his first 2 attempts by a mile but was more accurate with the third. Spider-Man jumped off the building and grabbed the rubble with a web, launching it at the thief's feet, sending him tumbling to the ground. He tried to get his bearings when Spider-Man appeared in front of him. He scrambled back before Spider-Man grabbed him and ripped off his gauntlets, wrapping him in a web with his arms locked to the sides. He struggled in vain as Spider-Man hung him from a fire escape and started to speak. "Did you know they're making songs about me?" "What? What was this freak talking about? Catches thieves just like flies." He jumped closer to his prey and chuckled darkly, invading his personal space. "I am feeling hungry. Please don't eat me. I'll do whatever you want." Spider-Man leaned in closer. "Just tell me what you want." "I want to know." He began slowly as he held up the gauntlets. "Where you got this? Who gave it to you? Come on man, I can't dash." Midnight snack. Then he started to lift his mask. All right. He relented, terrified of what could be underneath. "There is a guy." "Who?" The criminal took a deep breath. "His name is Gyron. And I'm pretty sure he's the one who got Shocker his suit too," Spider-Man said while sticking to the ceiling of the cramped apartment. "I did what you said, no quips and almost pure silence. And it worked like a charm." He laughed from above. "Oh, I bet I looked like a demon when I crawled after him. You should have seen his face when I said I would eat him." "You threatened to eat someone?" Knuckleduster asked in disbelief. "Don't judge me." He folded his arms and looked away. "I'm the Spider-Man. Criminals are a superstitious, cowardly lot, you know. Any advantage I can get, I'll take." "Glad to hear you took my advice, kid. Now what are you gonna do?" Knuckleduster asked as he searched his freezer. Spider-Man quickly crawled near his head. "Now, I'm gonna track this Gyron guy down and stop him from selling these guys weapons." "That's real optimistic, kid." Knuckleduster swatted at him. "Can't you use the floor like a normal person?" "No way. I've got a brand to uphold." He held up a finger. "No elevators, no stairs, and especially no touching the ground if I can help it." "Ugh. It's not my fault this place is so cramped." He grabbed a screwdriver and fiddled with his web shooters. "How'd you end up here anyway?" Knuckleduster tossed a fish pastry at the teenager, who in turn grabbed it out of the air. "Thanks," he said, starting to roll up his mask. "My old apprentice, you could say, lived here." Knuckleduster admitted with a guarded tone. "Really? What were they like?" Izuku asked with his mouth full. "He was a lot like you," Knuckleduster responded, looking up at Izuku with a small tilt of his head. "Oh please, no one's like me," Izuku refuted with a haughty tone. "You know what, you're right. His head wasn't nearly as big." Knuckleduster sneered as he looked away in distaste. Izuku rolled his eyes and clambered closer. "Hardy har. But really, how are we alike?" Knuckleduster paused as he thought about this other vigilante he had trained. He was selfless, to a fault sometimes, But he was a good kid. A little naive. He chuckled wistfully. You remind me of him so much sometimes. It's like he's still here. Izuku slowly unstuck himself from the ceiling. What happened to him? Is he dash? Knuckleduster was snapped out of reminiscing and responded to the question with an even tone. He's still alive. As for what happened to him, he's a hero now. Izuku's lenses grew huge in shock as he processed the new information. Wait, so this guy used to be a vigilante like you and me, and now he's a hero? Knuckleduster grunted and cracked open a bottle to drink. Sidekick in America. But yes, he became a hero. Wow. That's crazy. Izuku thought aloud with a little awe and jealousy. What? Thinking about suching over? Knuckleduster pressed with a smirk. Izuku shook his head quickly and stared at the ceiling. No. Little but dash. Knuckleduster blew a breath as he continued. He was older than you even when he was doing this. If it's possible for him. Izuku was quiet for a moment, but as he thought, he came to a conclusion while he stared at the ground. He had to move to America to be a hero. I couldn't leave Mizudafu, it's my home. I've been able to help more people now than I ever would have if I waited to join a hero course. Knuckleduster grinned at him. It's CKS getting shot at by police and attacked by heroes. But it's all worth it. He looked up and nodded. I think I'll be doing this for a long while. Knuckleduster laughed. All right kid, let's go. Go where? Out on the roof. You could use some training. Hey, I'm at the top of the Vigilante game. Spider-Man complained with annoyance. Knuckleduster made a confused noise and stood up. I thought you liked learning, nerd boy. Oh, that's it, old man. Spider-Man chuckled angrily and leapt to the door. Meet me outside. After a few spars, Knuckleduster spoke. I'm starting to see your problem. Spider-Man was perched on the rooftop apartment. What's that? You're telegraphing your moves too much. You're good at dodging, but your attacks need work. I don't know, I pull my punches to not hurt people too badly. The faster I attack, the harder it is to restrain myself. Izuku worried while staring at his hand. Well, if that's how you feel, you're gonna have to stay good at dodging. Maybe mix up your moves. But holding back won't always work out for you. If the other guy's bigger, you gotta be quicker. Knuckleduster responded gruffly. Got it, thanks. He looked out to the rising sun. I have to get going, just got out of hot water with my mom, don't want to screw it up. Aha, see ya mama's boy. Grow up. Spider-Man screamed as he swung away. Okay, Spider-Man. Last day of school. Let's go. The green-haired teen thought to himself as he entered the gate for what he hoped would be the last time. That day, Izuku played the role of Deku. And it was a pretty great performance if you asked him. Answering questions, keeping his head down, he even threw in a few stutters, just for fun. He would be lying if he said he wasn't enjoying the lie a little bit. During his last class of the day, Izuku was curled in on himself to a comical degree, laughing internally while he counted the seconds to school being over. He was soon knocked out of his jubilation. You are so full of shit. Izuku turned his head to the left to look at Bakugo. Me? Don't play dumb, you little freak. Play dumb how? That right there. You haven't stuttered in months. Are you mocking me? He shouted privately at Izuku, who only blinked at him. Now why would I want to mock you on today of all days, Kachan? Don't call me that. Katsuki growled. Sorry. He winced before suching to cheer. I'm just excited is all. He laughed darkly. How could I not be? The next school year is gonna be good for us, Bakugo. Katsuki flinched at the sudden change in his demeanor. You're gonna be around people who are more than extras, and I won't be Deku anymore. Bakugo sneered. No matter where you go, you'll always be useless. Izuku tilted his head as the final bell rang. Maybe. I guess we'll find out. He walked to the door and stopped just outside of it, leaving Bakugo in the classroom alone. See you at Yui, Kachan. Izuku skipped down the halls with glee and just a little malice, stopping at the trash can and taking off his glasses. And see you never again, Deku, he said as he tossed them into the can. He left the school grounds and was out on the street, feeling as free as a Spider-Man could. Find Gyron, put a stop to his weapon sales, and then he ran into an alley and quickly jumped out in his full suit. He swung through the city unburdened. No bullies, no girl problems, and hopefully no awful teachers. A fresh start, a brand new day for Spider-Man. Toshinori had been meaning to talk to Midoriya for a while, and now at the start of summer, he finally had a chance. He was so busy being All Might that he was neglecting his duty to pass on One for All. He walked into Nightai's agency to see Midoriya filing paperwork as he usually did. "Mr. Yagi, it's great to see you again," he said with a usual tinge of nervousness. "Hello, young Midoriya. How have you been?" Toshinori asked with a little concern. He looked unwell, his eye was slightly swollen, his nose was bandaged, and he appeared to be exhausted. "I'm doing great." Oddly enough, it sounded like he meant it. "You look injured. Everything okay at home?" All Might gently asked with his hands together. "Oh, this." He pointed at his face. "It's just from training. At home, it's just me and my mom, and she would never dash." "Right, of course. I apologize," Toshi swiftly said, getting quiet before he followed up. "What are you training for?" "Oh, Midoriya wrung his hands. "Just because I'm not gonna be a hero doesn't mean I should stop working to better myself, right?" Toshinori nodded with a smile. "That's right, you've got a good work ethic, young man. I respect that." This was his chance. Speaking of being a hero, what about All Might made you want to be one when you were younger? Midoriya gave him a suspicious look for a moment, then he made a thoughtful face. Just the idea of being someone who could save the lives of people in danger. He looked away wistfully. "I know it sounds corny, but even now dash." Midoriya smiled fondly at whatever he was thinking of. "It's still the coolest thing on earth to me." Toshinori could feel a surge in his chest, reaching out to the boy. "It doesn't sound corny at all, Midoriya. You have a good heart. If you had a quirk, do you think you would try to be a hero?" "At this point, I don't know. It was my dream for so long and I finally let go of it. I think it was holding me back before, but now I'm ready to move forward no matter what." All Might could see his determination, the way he meant the words he spoke. All compounding with One for All seeming to agree that he was a great choice, it made his breath catch as he considered asking him then and there. "Midoriya," he began, before hoping to get on a more personal level. "Izuku dash." The boy's phone let out an alarm and he grabbed it quickly. "Oops. I gotta get home." He gathered his things and walked to the door in a hurry. "Bye, Mr. Yagi." "Bye, sir." Toshinori turned to face his sidekick. "Sasaki, why do you lurk around so much?" he asked, exasperated. "The boy always knows I'm there, even when he pretends like he doesn't. It's suspicious." Night-Eye observed with narrowed eyes. "Or maybe you need to get better at hiding. Or stop creeping on teenagers, either one could be the case," he said while spitting blood. Sasaki passed him a handkerchief. "So, you still think he's the one? Our pool of candidates is a lot smaller than it used to be. The only other is so far away dash. You need to make your decision soon." Night-Eye complained abruptly, making Toshinori sigh with exhaustion. "You know it isn't that simple. I still have time. Give the boy time. Maybe fate brought him to us." All Might considered with a smile. "I know all about fate." The Oracle sighed with frustration. "Just make sure you use your time wisely. Before you meet yours." The gate to Yui was gigantic. That was the main thing going through Ochako's head as she looked ahead to the place that would make her a hero. It had been a long few months of rigorous training, but it paid off. She was stronger than she ever had been. In quirk, mind and body. She took a deep breath as she watched the school. None of the past mattered. She was here now and nothing could shake her. "Ah!" Someone yelped as they walked ahead of her. Ochako reached out to stop their fall but froze in shock when she got a good look at them. "Izuku!" He almost hit the ground chin first, before he threw a hand out and flipped himself upright, holding his arms out to the sides like a performer after he did so. He turned around and looked right at her. "Ochako? I didn't even recognize you." Ochako frowned. "Well, I recognized you." "That was a lie." He wasn't wearing his glasses, and his hair was cut down on the sides. It made his face look sharper, and she hadn't noticed how deep green his eyes were. "Did you seriously trip just to get my attention?" She shook off her thoughts with the question she asked with annoyance. "Oh no. I forgot to tie my shoe, had to get dressed in a hurry." He stuffed his laces into his sneaker before he stood and stared at her. "It's been a while, right? How do you like the new look?" He gestured to his hair and face dramatically. "I don't. You looked better before." "Also a lie." He dragged his hand across his face, a faint split across his lip, probably from doing something stupid. "I wanted to do something new." He leaned in, and the old hair made my head look too round in the mask, you know? She stepped away. "No, I don't know. We aren't friends. Stop talking to me like we are." He stood there while she walked ahead. "Yeesh, are you mad at me? It feels like you're mad at me." She spun on him furiously. "Everything is a joke to you. You just walk around, not caring about anyone but yourself, and it's embarrassing. People are staring dash. I thought you loved attention. All of a sudden it's a problem?" He chewed his lip nervously. "Sorry," he said quietly. "I won't bother you again. I have to be inside for testing, so good luck." He offered weakly as he quickly walked away. People were giving Ochako weird looks. She kind of felt bad, but she was also angry. Amazing, she thought. He gets to ruin my mood, and he gets to be the victim? Wow. Someone laughed near her. What? She turned angrily. I gotta say, round face. Haven't seen the nerd walk away with his tail between his legs in a while. It's pretty refreshing. Ugh, this guy. I don't like him, but I like you even less. Ochako seethed. Like I give a shit what you think. He sneered, just stay out of my way. Ochako watched as Bakugo stomped away. What a JRK. She thought of how upset Izuku had gotten about him. And she realized how what she just did was so close to Bakugo's behavior that he applauded her for it. Guilt and frustration mixed within her, throwing her off from how resolute she was earlier. Forget those two. I've only got one goal, and I'm gonna pass. The written test was about as hard as Ochako expected. A few questions were more difficult than she expected though. She didn't quite brush up on every single concept in the book. Ochako sort of wished she had Izuku to tutor. No. No thinking about him. Time to get ready for the battle trial. It was simple. Destroy or subdue the robots and you get points. The stronger the robot, the more points you get. Ochako was startled by the sudden start and lack of countdown, much like every other examinee. But she got into a good rhythm soon enough. Over the summer and the 3 months before it, she had been able to double the weight limit on her quirk. And she found a way to be training all the time. Her shoes were weighted. By a lot. She caught an episode of an old TV show about ninjas. One of them used weights around his legs to hold him back so that when he took them off, he would be incredibly fast. Ochako didn't know if she had the time to condition her body that much. It looked like it would take years. But the idea of high-density footwear got stuck in her head, and now. She made a flying kick through 2 3-point robots, tearing through them like cardboard. When Ochako made a move while weightless and then released her quirk, it built up momentum wonderfully. With her weighted shoes acting like anchors or shot put ball, she was like a bullet moving through the fake city. Suddenly, the ground shook. Creaking an enormous mechanical hand around the roof of a building was the 0-point robot. An obstacle that you were meant to run away from. Ochako watched the Titan tear through the city with complete disregard for everything. It tossed rubble through the air, almost hitting Ochako and sending her sprawling onto the floor. Ah! She cried out, her ankle was twisted from the debris. She looked around for help, but everyone was running away as the giant robot got closer. The big green menace was leering down at her. Ochako glared back and pressed her fingertips onto the rubble that had her pinned, ignoring the twist in her stomach as she did so. Ochako wasn't about to run away from this JRK. Among the scattered debris she saw a lamp post. She picked it up while continuing to push past her body's protests. She ran toward the Goliath with her giant javelin over her shoulder, her feet bounding across the destroyed ground. She used the pole to vault way into the air, nullifying the gravity on herself as well. She was near the giant's face now, floating in the air like an angel of death. This stupid, selfish, giant green piece of crap had hurt her with its selfish actions, and it didn't even care. It just wanted to keep going, like a machine. She just wasn't important enough to him to make it stop destroying himself the city. Ochako released gravity on herself, falling onto the robot's face and axe kicking it in the lenses to weaken them. Then she held the lamp post above her head, looked into the robot's green-red eyes, and launched the spear through its mechanical skull with all the resentment she felt for the last 4 months. The spear accelerated all the way through the robot's head as Ochako released her quirk's hold on it. It started to explode and malfunction. As it fell backward toward the earth, Ochako used its body as a platform, standing triumphantly atop its chest and looking into its destroyed head. "Time's up!" The loudspeaker blared. Ochako, breathing heavily atop her fallen foe, promptly threw up enough rainbows to make a bridge to Asgard, and began to pass out from quirk exhaustion, and physical exhaustion, and mental exhaustion, and, oh, that's darkness overtaking her. Gyron was sitting in his office, a cramped little space that existed in a rather seedy part of Mizudafu. He had more places to do business all across Japan, but he had heard rumors of a certain vigilante who was after him. He wasn't sure if what he heard was true at the time. But after 40 days of summer, what he heard right now convinced him. That was one of the guards who were supposed to be protecting him, his voice sounding like it was getting far away. He was probably thrown by someone strong. "You son of a dash," followed up by gunshots, until the second guard screamed as well, right before a dull thud silenced them. Gyron heard the footsteps coming toward his door. They were light enough to not sound too threatening but were also purposefully noisy. Gyron opened his drawer and pulled out a gun, the footsteps still audibly tapping across the wood floor as he held the weapon in his hands. As they arrived at the door, Kajiro Oka pointed the face of the gun toward his own. He had been prepared for something like this, and he felt like now was as good a time as any. Spider-Man kicked the doors down, splintering them in half and sending wood flying everywhere. He jumped into the room, his eye lens things narrowing sharply. Gyron pulled the trigger and lit his cigarette. He spoke first. "You know those doors weren't locked, right? Are you Gyron? Those doors were imported maple dash. Screw your doors and the knobs. Are you Gyron?" The vigilante raged. He took a long drag on his cigarette. "Would you be here if I wasn't?" The vigilante started to walk closer to his desk with a quiet chuckle. "Don't know. I have been on a wild goose chase looking for you," he said with cheer. Thought this might have been another dead end. "All right, what do you want?" The Spider-Man jumped onto his desk, his lenses focused on Gyron's eyes. "What do you think?" Gyron blew a puff of smoke to the side and tapped his cigarette into the ashtray. "I think you wasted your time dash." Spider-Man grabbed his shirt and jumped to the ceiling while dangling him. "You're done. Your whole operation is done. I've beaten tougher guys just to find you. You think I can't beat you too?" He hissed. Gyron gave a bored look, eyes half-lidded. "Okay, so you'll kick the shit out of me. Then what?" "Then you're gonna go to jail. For 5 seconds before I'm out again." Gyron responded flippantly. "What dash?" "I didn't want to believe it," Gyron laughed. "But it's true, you really are just a baby." The lenses narrowed angrily. "Watch it. I can still dash. Kick my butt, yeah, I'm sure. But that won't do anything," he said smugly. "How about I call the cops?" "Hello, officers. I broke into a man's property, destroyed it, and assaulted everyone there. Brilliant plan there, kid. They'll take anything you have dash." "Like what? You think this is my first rodeo, Junior? You've got guts. But you lack critical thinking skills, kiddo." Gyron mocked with a toothy grin. Gyron could see the frustration oozing off this guy. "Well." He held up a glowing fist. "What if I just kill Dash?" Gyron was seriously unimpressed. "Really?" "Yes, really. I could make it so you never sell weapons or do anything again." "Oh, will you?" "Yeah. Is that what's happening?" Gyron wondered sarcastically. Spider-Man's frustration was only growing as he seethed and his fist shook. If you make me dash, Spider-Man is gonna kill me, is that what's going on? Gyron asked with wide eyes. Yes. Gyron laughed and pointed up at the masked face. Here's the thing. It doesn't fit your MO to kill me. Things change. He held the fist closer to Gyron's face. Gyron's eyes narrowed as he saw through the intruder's act. True. But you won't. Spider-Man growled indignantly and threw Gyron back into his chair. Wow, really impressive performance there, Spiderling. Gyron slowly clapped as the Vigilante walked and stomped away. He called out after him, "We're both allegedly criminals, you know. If you ever grow up, come to me and maybe I can get you a job." Spider-Man stopped at the destroyed door and turned his head back toward Gyron. Your time is coming, just you wait. He stepped on the groaning guard as he left. Gyron lit another cigarette for himself and sighed happily. Ah, the youth. Spider-Man swung home, embarrassed and angry. Izuku was sad about Ochako. He might always be, but he had been accepting of her feelings for months now. He would always have her in his heart, and he just couldn't fight his feelings toward her no matter what. But Gyron was supposed to go down today. And he seemed untouchable. How was he supposed to beat a guy that wouldn't fight? He got closer to the inner city and decided on a quick detour. Knuckleduster was repairing some of his equipment when he heard something land near the apartment. He slipped on his mask as he heard the knocking. He looked through the peephole of the door. He peered outside and saw the kid pacing back and forth angrily. Aguro opened the door. What are you doing here? Spider-Man shoved past him and into the apartment. Yeah, just let yourself in dash. Stupid, dumb little weasel man with his tacky suit and his horrible breath. So you found the guy? Knuckleduster guessed. Oh, I found him, he said angrily, and I found out that there's nothing I can do about him selling these weapons. Covers his tracks well, huh? Too well. I could tell he wasn't bluffing when he said he would be out of jail as quickly as I put him there. Yeah, he's a slippery BSTD, I'll give him that dash. Wait, you say that like you know him. The kid pulled off his mask, a look of disbelief and betrayal across his face. Do you know him? Yeah, from back in the day. Aguro shrugged. You knew this guy and you let me run around like an idiot trying to track him down? Spider-Man screeched in disbelief. Aguro took a little offense and shrugged. You're the one who wanted to catch him, you didn't ask for my help dash. I didn't think that you knew, oh my god, I can't believe you. He walked in more circles while holding his head, until he did a double take at the equipment on the table. What is this? It's the gear I've always used dash. No. I've seen this, he sells this. Are you getting your gear from a criminal? He asked with an appalled voice. Where did you think I got it from, genius? Knuckleduster stared down at the kid with annoyance. I thought you made it. This guy is making these idiots more dangerous, and you're supporting him. Spider-Man raged. He was gonna sell them anyway. I'm using them to stop Dash. My mom and I have money problems. The kid suddenly stared up and admitted with a quiet tone while he trembled angrily. Aguro made a confused face. That's unfortunate, kid, but Dash. He stepped forward and pointed. Do you even know how many drag dealers I stop? How much any one of them have on their person? I could take their money after I beat them and send them to jail. That kind of cash could change my life. But doing that is the same as benefiting from the crime. I don't have the luxury of doing things the right way. It's like you said, we take every advantage we can. Knuckleduster argued with the boy's own words. Not every advantage. Spider-Man threw his hands up and paced some more. This is the problem with the heroes. They don't want to fight in an area with no publicity, they get paid to fight villains, they profit off of suffering. The kid disrespecting the profession Aguro had retired from struck a nerve he thought was far faded. You want the heroes to be good little Samaritans and have no clothes for themselves or food for their families. Grow up, kid. Oh, I should grow up, right? After a while, everyone just gives up doing what's right, so I should just grow up. Because I'm a baby for having a demon conscience. Spider-Man shouted furiously. They were both breathing heavily until finally, Aguro shook his head. Go home, Kid Dash. Spider-Man gripped his mask tight and marched. Don't call me that, I'm already leaving. He walked out of the door while putting on his mask. Maybe I expected too much of you, he said quietly, with disappointment weighing heavily in his tone. It shocked Aguro into taking a step back. But we're supposed to be better. He closed the door behind him. Izuku jumped off the rooftop to head back home, disappointment giving way to determination. At the very least, I have to be